Ladies and gents, let's settle down. All right, hopefully I've got your attention. Good morning, everybody. Welcome at a great event. We've been looking forward to today for quite some time. And this is actually a brainchild of Dr. Unita Maria, who came up with the suggestion that we do a proper year-end function this year. So thank you very much, Unita, for that motivational idea. And we're proudly being hosted today then by the South African Association of Freight Forwarders and FNB. So let's give our sponsors a big hand. All right, so just a little bit housekeeping. I think you all know where the restrooms are, just straight out of the store. The Zoom people, welcome to the session. Later on, during questions and answers, you will get opportunity also to participate. Ladies and gents, during this session, we will not encourage questions and answers during the presentations. We will do that during the questions and answers at the end of the event. And then remember, the session is being live streamed to YouTube and Zoom. So whatever you say here, remember you're in public domain. All right, so lots of excitement here today. Ladies and gents, Jan, can I have the slides, please? We're looking today at supply chain survival through increased collaboration, acknowledging our challenges and successes together in 2023. And it's the 1st of December 2022. And you can see it's a very exciting program. And also very important to note is that there's going to be many, many lucky draws at the end of the event, a lot. A lot of our sponsors that you will meet in a second, they have lucky draws. The Transit Forum itself has got a lucky draw for you. You can there on the table, you can see there's a data projector the LED data projector you can win. It's worth R1,000. So it's worth your while to spend some time with us. And yeah, so our host today is Dr. Junita Maria, and I'm going to introduce her to you just now. What we want to do is we want to introduce you to our associates. There's our associates, proud associates of the Transport Forum, the South African Association of Freight Forwarders. We've got the Road Freight Association. We've got South African Express Parcel Association, South African Bus Operators Association, African Rail Industry Association, and the Chartered Institute of Logistics and Transport. These organizations are in formal relationship with the Transport Forum, and they're obviously mentoring myself and helping us a lot to put together these events. And we proudly associate with them. We also have gold sponsors with the Transport Forum, also media alliances. You can see there, Railways Africa Magazine, Freight News, and Engineering News. We're very proud and being associated with these media groups. And then you can see our gold sponsors. Now, we're going to introduce you to some of them by walking to their desks and their exhibitions here. We're going to take the mobile camera along, and we're going to give them opportunity to say a few words and introduce you to the companies. And yeah, I think FNB, is there somebody at the FNB stand that we can go to the FNB stand first? So we can come there. All right, we can go to the FNB stand. So bear with us. We're quickly going to take the camera and the microphone there. There's one too, seems to be working fine. So FNB, one of our prime sponsors today, and they're going to say a few words introducing us to FNB.
Good morning, very excited to be here with the industry body and all the important stakeholders. I was hoping my team is somewhere that they could take this. So those are the real specialists in banking. So I think when Raylene chatted to us, we were very excited to participate, and we're here to learn and understand the specific sector challenges so that we can do more to help. So looking forward to engaging you. Please pop by, ask us your most difficult banking question to date. Happy to help. Cheers.
Thank you, FNB. Right, let's start this side while we're here. So African Association of Freight Forwarders, our prime sponsor also for today.
A very good morning to all. I'm Lerato Mapeto, and this is by Dumedi Molekwa. We are the South African Association of Freight Forwarders. We were established in 1921, and we are here to help you facilitate legitimate trade.
Good morning, everyone. I'm by Dumedi Molekwa. So please come through to our store to win amazing prizes. The first prize being the Bluetooth headphones, secondly being the wireless earphones, and thirdly being the power bank. Please come through to our table and see what stuff is all about. Thank you.
Thank you, South African Association of Freight Forwarders. Master Drive.
Morning all, Shane Reddy from Master Drive. So if anybody doesn't know us, we do defensive, advanced, and rollover driver training. Please come through, let us introduce ourselves to you, and we can take it from there. Thanks.
Thank you, Master Drive.
The name is Fusi Florence Makasani. We are from Taxi Transport. I'm a deputy chairlady of SANWIT, South African Networking for Women in Transport. We here exhibiting African dukes and all the jewelries. Anybody who's interested to know more about taxi business, we are here.
Thank you so much. All right, RTMS.
Good morning. My name is Shannon. I'm from Creamer Media's Engineering News and Mining Weekly. We are giving away our magazine. This is the new edition that will be published tomorrow. We've also got journalists and a cameraman covering the event. So you're welcome to come and speak to us for any advertising that you'd like to do.
Thank you, Engineering News.
Although I'm sitting at the RTMS stand, I actually work for Standard Bank. We're 160 years old, so we've got a rich traditional history of doing things right. But what I would like to just mention is that Standard Bank is the only bank that is actively promoting self-regulation in the industry, which is RTMS, since 1395. And that also comes with innovation like PBS, high capacity vehicles. We're the bank that finances the only bi-articulated bus train in Africa, which is based in Mpumalanga bus course. So I think innovation, when you think innovation, best practice, self-regulation, think Standard Bank. We are the Standards Bank. And then I want to hand over to Dr. Paul Nordegen from RTMS.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Paul Nordegen. I'm one of the directors of the RTMS nonprofit company. That's the Road Transport Management System, and it promotes self-regulation and best practice in commercial fleets, mainly heavy vehicles, trucks and buses. And we have grown to about 15,000 trucks that are promoting self-regulation, compliance, and improvement in productivity.
Thank you, Standard Bank and RTMS. JC Auditors.
Morning, everyone. My name is Gift Ntlabati from JC Auditors. I'm one of the auditors in JC Auditors. We are a certification body that assists companies to be certified on different ISO standards and also RTMS using the SENS 1395. I'm sitting next to me. It's one of my colleagues who is also an auditor. Her name is Ndima.
Thank you, RTMS. Thank you, auditors. Can we just ask the Zoom people to stay on mute, please? Right, Sabawa.
My name is Rika van Eden. We're from Sabawa, which is South African Bus Operators Association. Short and sweet, we fight for the bus operators of South Africa, and it's not an easy task.
Sorry, Sabawa, I don't know why that happened. Do you want to try again?
Okay, let me try again. We've Sabawa, Southern African Bus Operators Association. This is Precious and Rika. We is an association that fights for the bus operators at the government level, and it's not an easy task.
Thank you so much, Sabawa.
Good day, I'm Angela Broom from Agri Broom Road Products. We manufacture, we can address all the need for thousands of jobs without capital equipment to repair our roads without the rework. Our product is prefabricated, it's been around for 30 odd years, and you need no capital equipment. Tools under 500 Rand, which is a brush, a broom, a knife, and the glue that sticks, our product can create jobs. Really they're used on the national routes, so we're not restricted to local rural roads, low traffic roads. They do go on our freeways, proved and we can also offer much more cost-effective, durable solutions than what our industry is using at the moment, which break after a very short time.
Thank you, AJ Broom. Chartered Institute for Logistics and Transport.
Hi, everyone. My name is Moira. I'm from the Chartered Institute of Logistics and Transport in South Africa. We are an organization that seeks to help the people in the transport and logistics sector. We offer continuous professional development courses, mentorship, training, and so on. Please come and, get more information from us. Thank you.
Yes, Elsa.
Good morning, Irene colleagues. It's nice to have you here today. I represent Global Trade Solution. We are international software enabler. Today we've got a special purpose. If we want to host a golden oldie by having a high tea at the Old Age Home in Durban. So we could, collecting some donations for that purpose. So please come and join us at our table. Thank you very much.
The Global Trade Solution. Area.
Good morning, all. Talking is Bantubonke Hlope from African Rail Industry Association. In essence, what we do is we advocate for the industry. Basically, we participate in the drafting of policies because what is more important than the documents that really facilitate what happens in the market? And what better market to participate in than the transport market, because the transport market is the driver of the economy. So with me is my colleague, Rebecca. Thank you for having us. If you have any questions, please do come to our humble abode. Thank you.
Thank you, Aria. Right, here we've got EasyClear, and Jody can't be here at the moment. She's at a crisis. But EasyClear is working in the exports and imports industry, and they're consulting in terms of clearing our solutions and many software solutions. So we invite you to their table. I see here's a lucky draw as well, and come and find out what they're doing. So thank you very much, EasyClear, for your gold sponsorship. All right.
Yep. Hi, everyone. From Lombard Insurance. We do customs and freight guarantees for the industry, as well as facilitate cross-border guarantees, wherever it might be in Transnet and Amport, without holding cash behind our facilities. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Lombard.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Sakabo Kidijang from the Transport Department. We mainly focus on road safety awareness outreach campaigns. And in addition to that, we implement projects such as sidewalks, bicycle distribution, taxi industry capacitation and transformation. And with us here, we are with the JRA, and they are responsible for all road infrastructure and network in the city of Johannesburg. Thank you.
Thank you, City of Joburg. C-Track Platinum sponsor of the Transport Forum.
Thanks, Harry. Morning, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Nicolaas van der Rede van Oudtshoorn from C-Track, the marketing coordinator. We are in the business of vehicle telematics, fleet management, and insurance solutions. With over 35 years experience, a stolen vehicle recovery rate of over 95%, and continuous investment in research and development, we are committed to making sure your vehicle and fleet is always visible. Thank you.
Thank you, C-Track. What have we got here?
Good morning to everyone. My name is Dr. Christa Bonnet. We're from the Difference Makers, and we are developing women entrepreneurs. And we have the privilege to be in partnership with Olga Mashila as well. She's one of our directors, and we love what we do developing women entrepreneurs.
Thank you very much for your support. Here we've got, you want to say something?
Hi, everyone. I'm Giovanni Naidu. Apologies for coming in late, the usual Giluli's traffic. I'm co-sponsoring the too close to the speaker. I'm co-sponsoring with Old Mutual and Complete Financial Business Solutions, the difference makers, helping female entrepreneurs move into the space, and training, development, helping them to understand how to manage their financial planning, their risk planning, and their investment business. Thanks.
Morning, everybody. I'm Olga Mashilo from the Transport Forum Business Directory. I'm the administrator for listing your businesses on our business directory. And I'm also the director for Buleng Buntle Consultant, which is a research and compliance or business registration for new business startups, and also maintaining your business compliance.
Thank you, Olga.
Good morning, everybody. I'm Richard Jansen. We have a company called Paradigm Alpha, which runs the Galaxy Nova database. And we have a emergency application where you do your panic buttons. It's not a panic button as you know them. It's much more than just that. But we work on a national basis, and we provide security solutions to the industry. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Trying to figure out where that echo comes from. My apologies for that. I think it's picking up a camera that I'm using maybe. Apologies for that, but let's continue. Ladies and gentlemen, that is the business directory Olga was referring you to. The business directory is a well-categorized directory. It's only 450 rands a year to get your company listed, and it's been outsourced to Buleng Bontle consultants. They can help you to get your company listed in this business directory. All right, so the presentations you see here today will be uploaded to that website. I can actually brag about this. It's, you know, the Transport Forum is almost 16 years old. So there are presentations presented at this forum for almost 16 years. So there are more than 900 presentations. It's one of the most powerful knowledge bases, you know, widely. And it's a very simple search engine that you can search. So the presentations made available today will also be uploaded to this website. All right. And how you go about and access them is you need to log in on the website. That website there, transportseek.com. You log in using your username and password. Should you not have a username and password yet, you click on sign up at the bottom of your screen. Then you create your own login, and then you can log in. And once you've logged in, you can go to events, downloads, as simple as that. And you get the search engine, and you can type in either a topic or a person's name, each search, or you can go to category and you select today's date, and it'll bring up all the presentations, as simple as that. So by noon tomorrow, definitely all the presentations of today as well will be uploaded to this website. So that brings us back to our program today, Supply Chain Survival Through Increased Collaboration, Acknowledging Our Challenges and Successes Together in 2023. Yeah, I think let's give a hand to all our sponsors and everybody making this forum possible. I would like to introduce you now to Dr. Unita Maria, who's our host for today. And she's going to talk about 2 years of disruption, achievements through collaboration. And she's the Chief Executive Officer of the South African Association of Freight Forwarders. Thank you very much, Unita.
Okay, en dan kan ek net gou kyk of hy klik. Thank you. Thank you, colleagues, and a warm welcome. I think, Harry, thank you for the sponsors and take us through. Unfortunately, we couldn't hear them clearly when they speak about that. So when we have a break, I encourage you go to the stands and connect with them because they help us to make sure that we build a good logistics industry. Now, I'm not normally used to standing so behind the mic, so maybe, Harry, I can duck and then you won't be able to see me, but I think you can see my slides. That's more important. So what I've done, I prepared for you 15 slides. So I'm going to take you slowly through the slides so that you can see what happened in the logistics industry over the last 2 years, what did we focus on, and what lessons did we learn. So when we look at that, is that normally we work with 5 modalities. You know, it's the air freight, the sea freight, the road, the rail, and then the pipeline. And also now lately we can see the conveyor belt. That's very important in terms of Richards Bay. Now, when the logistics network works, you need to make sure that the logistics network is intact. And over the last 2 years, what we see, it's very much a shared responsibility. It's a shared infrastructure. And also what's more important is that we need to look at what's our behavior that we do in the supply chain, because that impact. So I'm going to take you through 6 pillars of how did we measure that and what do we think is the lessons that we learn in that. So first of all, when we were doing just after the cyber attack, and I think it was the flooding, we ourselves decided we need to monitor the supply chain because we don't know how it reacts, how it works, and we don't have data to monitor that. So initially we started with the dials, and you can see the dials on the top in there. It was to say, what is the water side, the terminal, the evacuation, the rail capacity, and how does it feed in the logistics network? But that didn't give us the trends, because a dial can give you, yes, we amber, we green, or we red, but we can't pick up trends. So we identified CRIC-May, which was then built, the TMS on the World Bank platform, and we start feeding data into the platform. So currently we have the 9 ports in there. We have the alternatives, which is Maputo, Bara, and also Walvis Bay, and we start analyzing now the trends to see how does the supply chain work. So that was quite a good lesson that we got out of the COVID and out of all the different problems that we experienced. Then to put the pillar correct, and maybe that's the first pillar, is that when we work with the logistics network, it needs to work in a very controlled environment, because we work with different role players, we work with different activities. And we could see in 9/11, the cyber attacks, all of that, it's disrupting the legitimate trade. And how does the supply chain flow? And around the world, governments want to know who is in the supply chain, what activities are they doing, and do we think the activities are legitimate? So you can see our government very much on the SARS space and other government agencies, they want to control the activities in the supply chain. And sometimes we as private sector push back because we don't believe that they have the right risk management and profile to look at who is in the supply chain. But nevertheless, that's the landscape. We all have a responsibility, and we need to make sure that our supply chains are safe and secure. So that's why we put it on. You need to know who's the importer, exporter, need to know the operator, and you need to know then what activities they do. So when we look at how did we perform in that, we had 4 categories. So first was SARS, to say that, yes, they license everyone now in the supply chain, and you would know that they're busy licensing the people. Then they bring in the authorized economic operator to say that we know who is in the supply chain. We know that you have good business processes. Can we put a reliance on that, or can we transfer our risk as SARS to you to manage, and in return, we give you benefits? So we form quite well in that. We currently have 19 companies in the pilot to see how do they look at the extended supply chain. And that's who we all we're working in extended supply chain, because they started with the cargo operators, which was, as we all know, the preferred trader program. Then the next one is other government agencies. It's not good that you have customs that have a digital platform and we work with other government agencies that's manual. So that's also taking off now. And I think over the last 2 years, we got some good inroads in that. And our inroad is the prohibit and restriction list. So what's that? We need to digitalize that, and it needs to feed back into the supply chain to say that this product needs to inspect, this is standards, and that's how it will work. Then we went further to say that we need to build capacity. How do we do the capacity? We need to make sure that we have an integrated learning platform. And together with that, what we have then look at to say that when we look at the training, and we can see now with government, if you don't adhere to the supply chain, they give you a penalty. Can we help the industry to manage them better? So we've got a customs penalty resolution tool that we catch all the penalties under 30,000. It comes to our platform. We analyze it, we see where do we need to give training, and we feed it back to the different service providers. And then the last one, and luckily Barbara's here as well, is that we look at, in South Africa, we need to have alternatives, because we could see from the strike, if our ports are, as it was now, in the strike for 11 days, we as trade need to have alternatives. And our alternative is the N4 corridor Maputo, and Barbara will talk to that. And then also what we can see now is Walvis Bay. Unfortunately, there's not a good balance, because we all know if there's a good balance, you can reduce the rates. And currently we don't have a good balance in terms of the Walvis Bay corridor. So lucky, we don't have any low progresses and any low impact. So you can see where's our progress and how we monitor that. Yeah, I want to stand still on this one. So this is our second pillar here. So what we look at is that we want to have a see-through glass and a holistic view. So you can see on the top layer is the logistics network. And that's what we're all familiar with. Then on the second one is the transaction-based information. And that will be your typical suppliers, invoice, packing list, documentation, how to move the cargo. Then we get here is the entity layer, who's the different entity that plays in that space. And on top of that, the government, to make sure that they regulate it. So for us in SARF was very important to say that we need to understand how does the supply chain fits together and make sure that we have one holistic picture. Because if we don't have a holistic picture, we are not right positioned to address any pain points, because if we do it in isolation, it's not going to work. So under pillar 2, the lessons that we have learned, there's 5 distinct government departments involved in supply chain. There's 12 vertical role players in the supply chain, and there's 41 vertical sectors. So the 41 vertical sectors that range from Mineral Council, Agribus, agricultural, steel industry that works. Now in that, a lot of people advocate digitalization is the solution. They're right in some sense, but we know if we don't have an infrastructure, if we don't have roads, we don't have a rail infrastructure, we don't have ports that operate, digitalization can only take you so far. So we have to bring in the hard infrastructure. To do this, the lesson that we learn, we need to bring in mobilized funding. So if we mobilize funding, we need to bring in private sector. Currently, the government doesn't have a model how to get private sector into the space of the logistics network. And that's what we need to work hard in 2023 to get that right. Then we need to do priority settings in terms of what is the short term that we can fix, the medium term, and what do we think the logistics network should look in the long term. But I think most important when we work in the last 3 years, 2 years, is that we don't listen to each other and we don't try to understand. And we have this narrative, leave nobody behind. But that's not going to work in the logistics industry, because we work with an international market and we need to bring that into our space when we talk to government or when we talk to the different role players. So what did we learn under pillar 3? In 2013, there was a very good study that they've done in terms of the logistics survey. In 2016, Professor Havenga, which you probably all know from the University of Stellenbosch, he's very well known on the studies that they bring out. Then it stopped. Everyone was excited. We've got now the WTO TFA, which is 12 articles. We will bring developing countries together to developed countries. We're going to get an equal playing field. Trade is going to be all there. We're going to grow. And then COVID came and it stopped. And currently, as I stand here, we don't have a logistics monitoring system that look after all the modalities, that verified and can say what is the design capacity and how does it link to the demonstrated capacity. Hopefully, we work on that, and I will show you the lessons that we learn. Hopefully, in February, CSIR will launch the Logistics Observatory to see how can we look at the supply chain. So, what does that bring us? We have a design capacity in all the modalities, but the demonstrated capacity is far apart. So, how can we fix it? From our point of view, the only way we can fix it, we need to bring private sector participation into the space. Either it can be an open access, and Marcella is very open on that, on the third-party rail access. It can be a concession. It can be a joint venture. As I said, we haven't articulated yet well, and government also doesn't know how can they let private sector into the space of the logistics infrastructure. So what we have done then further, we identified 3 case studies under the CSIR. One of them is the N4 corridor, which is Barbara, to see how does it move in that corridor from Gauteng right through the corridor, the border post, into Maputo with the scheduling, and what is the pain points. The second one we identified was the N2, which is the manganese that's, I think it's a mineral that's moving from there on the N2 right through to Richards Bay, to see how does that corridor perform. And the last one is the manganese from Northern Cape, and that will go to Kubega. How does that feed into, and what is the pain points that we learn from that? So ultimately, if that goes according to plan, we will get in SA statistics that put the stamp of approval and say that we believe this is the 10 performance indicators that we need to monitor in the supply chain. So you probably sit there and say, well, UNITA, it's fine, but what does it help us? I think we all know in life, if we don't have a baseline, if we can measure ourselves, any road will take us there. And we from private sector say, no, we want to measure ourselves and we want to see how do we move on this ladder. Oh, did I go back? I don't know where must I click. You see all my slides, but it's okay. I'll talk to them. So the fourth pillar is that we need to bring in all the modalities. It's not road above rail. It's not rail above road. It's not air above any other modality. They all play their role. And if you put them on a slide, it is actually playing out in load, speed, and capacity. And if we are serious about our logistics industry, which we are, that's why we're all here, we need to bring in the balance of those modalities, and they need to play their rightful place. So what's the lesson that we learn from this pillar? First one is rail needs to play its rightful place. And I know we probably don't know that, but I want to highlight one lady, and I want us to stand up. Marcella, I don't know where she's in the audience, but I wanted to stand up. I don't know if she's here. Yes, there she is. That lady is taking a lot of flack on behalf of our industry. She wants to make sure the rail works. She wants to split the track from the regulator, from the people that bring in the rolling stock. So I know you read about her a lot in the media, and she's very controversial, but if you have some time, just shake her hand and say to her, thank you very much. Because really, I think if we have more stalwarts like Marcella, our logistics network will be very much more intact. So what did we do? Yes, we can give her a hand of applause. So what did we do? We had the white rail policy out. We debated about it. It was in cabinet. It's approved. And the same with the independent rail regulator. So now the hard work comes, and that's why you will see Marcella quite a lot. She doesn't like the policy. She doesn't like the rail regulator policy. She wants to go now to the implementation. And whenever you look at all the work that's been done, we need to bring it back to the implementation. That's going to require from all of us a lot of work to do. The road, I don't want to take what Jenny said from Standard Bank. We need to make sure that we regulate quite a lot with the RTMS. And I think that's a very, very good initiative, and we support that all the way. Then the vessels, I know you probably saw the bill that was being issued by government on the shipping line. We have a different view. We think, let we first build the building blocks. Let we first fix our ports, our efficiency rate, our nervous system, our booking system, before we have a dream to build our own shipping lines. We think Africa needs more feeder vessels because the modalities will not move the trade into Africa by road and air. We need some vessels, but that's a different configuration in that. Air freight, I think we did quite well, except for the fuel shortages, but that was being sorted. And also if we go to the pipeline, there was some maintenance in terms of the pump station, but that was also being resolved. And then Richards Bay conveyor belt, that's a sore item on the agenda, so I will skip that, but that is busy getting attention. Then maybe the pillar 5 is that our logistics network, maybe you haven't seen it, and it's a very busy slide, is very complex. It's complex by its design, and it's complex what we feel now in terms of the demonstrated capacity. So we need to go back to see what is the marine side of the supply chain, the water side, the backup port operations, and there's a lot of studies being done in terms of the World Bank, and now also Zatari. I think there's some other work that's been done also that we need as private sector to bring together to say what makes sense, what doesn't make sense. Then we need to look at the road infrastructure that goes back to the land border, and also National Treasury have now the rural and aerial, or rural and urban development. How do we bring that? And currently in Africa, we have only 30% of trade to an all-road season, where if you look at Europe, they work with a density of about 85 to 90%. So that's scary. That shows you how our infrastructure is not intact. Now, the government haven't sit still, and neither we as private sector. So the lessons that we've learned, we're busy seeing now that the only platform that we probably can reform is under Operation Vulindlela, and we're quite active in that. And you will see also now in BS4SA, they've put a social compact, and the logistics network is, after energy, the second priority. So that's some good news, and that must make you all excited after this long and hard journey that we now, after energy, the second priority. And then also, as I said, the skill sets, I don't want to touch on that because that's a subject for another day, but we are concerned about the skill sets in our industry, and why don't we attract good talent and keep the good talent in our industry. But that's a long discussion that we need to have with TITA and with the different organizations to make sure that we build capacity. And then lastly, and I don't want to stand too still in that, it's also that we have then the supply chain movement under CSIR. Then what do we think out of this logistics network or the complex structure? What do we need to bring in? We advocate for a transport independent economic regulator that looks after the multimodal structure. We want open access to the infrastructure because it's not like the energy crisis. You can't put in a converter, you can't put in batteries. It's a shared infrastructure, and we need to uphold that. And that calls from us to say that we need to be more vocal, we need to do more research, and we must make practical suggestions on what can work. Then we need to link the multimodal structure. We need to keep it intact. And lastly, if we develop SEZs, the SEZs must go in conjunction with our logistics network. Otherwise, it doesn't work. The government cannot have 10 SEZs and it doesn't work, and it's not on the logistics corridor, it's not on an economic volume driven, it's simply not going to work. And we as logistics experts need to be vocal about that. Trade can only flourish when the logistics network is intact. Then this is probably for me the best slide ever, or my slide 6, is that it's not supply chains that compete, it's South Africa that's compete. And when you engage with your colleagues overseas, you give a message of what's happening in our country. So unless we start looking and drive the narrative that our logistics network impact SA Inc., we're not in a good space. And that's what we do now currently, whenever we engage with government, and Larry's got such a phenomenal platform, he have the tendency to bring us as private sector and public sector together. And sometimes those discussions can be robust and sometimes not easy because we haven't got the art to listen and try to understand. And I think we're at this junction currently in our logistics network that we cannot absorb any more shocks. It's just not possible. And also a logistics network was never designed to absorb shocks. So with that, I say thank you very much. I think we probably, that's why I dressed in orange, we probably amber. We're not green, we're not red, we're amber. So if there's one thing that you remember from my presentation, remember my orange jacket. We can make a choice. Either we're going to go to the green side or we're going to go to the red side. So thank you for listening to me.
Thank you so much, Dr. Maria. Such a privilege being associated with yourself. She says that the Transport Forum is a good platform. Yes, the Transport is a good platform because of associations like these supporting the Transport Forum. And multimodal is so important, infrastructure is so important, the people in that space is so important. And the fact that we all need to collaborate and the role you are playing in bringing people together is so important. So we thank you and we honor you for that. And thank you also for hosting us today. We really appreciate that. Ladies and gents, let me get our program back on the screen. All right, there you go. So we're going to have a little bit fun here this morning because it's a year-end celebration. So let's celebrate a little bit. And I would like to introduce you to a very interesting person. And he's going to help us to do a toast on important disciplines in our industry. His name is Mr. Frans Haupt. And but Frans is not only a wine drinker, he's a little bit more than that. Frans actually was the director. Let me just get my notes out here. He was the director of the Legal Aid Clinic at University of Pretoria for 20 years. And he also was for 20 years an attorney. And today he's a lover of the different wines. And we actually flew him in from Cape Town to come and help us understand a little bit more about sparkling wine. So Frans, thank you very much for coming all the way. And he's going to do a little bit of sparkling wine tasting with us. And we're looking forward to that. And then we're going to have Dr. Maria to come and do a toast for us. So thank you very much, Frans.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. A few months ago, I was invited to do a very informal, low-budget tasting of sparkling wines for the first time. Been doing red wine and white wine for quite a while, but sparkling wine, I hardly ever drink it. Now and then when we celebrate, yeah. So then I had to do two things. One is I had to read a lot. And two is I had to taste a lot. To such an extent that my wife then called my daughter and said, your dad has stopped drinking red wine in the evenings. And my daughter said, what, is he sick? Is he ill? What happened? She said, no, he's now drinking champagne. And what is worse, he doesn't even finish a bottle like with the red wine. That what is left, he throws away. And then my son said, I wonder if he hasn't won the lotto and he's not telling anybody. But at that occasion, in the audience was a guy called Harry van Heerden. And he approached me afterwards and he said he is the custodian of some organization, some forum. What is a forum? A place where people get together and chat and do a bit more. And then what is a custodian? Well, I had a look. I say it's somebody protecting a group of people, protecting. So custodian is like a pater, father, pater familias, comes from the Latin, my first life. So I had to do here with a guy who was apparently a godfather of some sort, pater familia of some family or some group. I thought, this is the mafia. And of course, he said he would invite me to a gathering where we could taste sparkling wine. I thought, this is the chance. With the mafia and the Godfather. Now we're going to we start off with expensive, which we couldn't do in the previous occasions, French champagne. And then we'll move over to some, perhaps for the sake of the family, some Italian sparkling wine, and then perhaps just South African wine or two. It turned out, however, this is the wrong gathering, it's the wrong Harry. And he said then, when I started putting up the list, he said, no, we're accountable to our sponsors and we have to stay within budget. That is something new in South Africa. You have to stay within budget and you're accountable. I thought, okay, but be it as it may, they did marvelous work in getting us 3 great, different sparkling wines. And I want you to have a look on the tables and you can start opening them because have you all got it? Or is there a problem in the supply chain, in the somewhere along the corridor? You see, I also learn, you see. Okay, so by way of introduction then, now I have to make up a few stories because we're buying time now. Champagne, what is champagne? All champagne are sparkling wines, but not all sparkling wines are champagne. You get that? Yeah. So champagne is restricted to sparkling wine coming from the northeast region of France, which is called Champagne or Campania, which means flat earth. All right. That's where it all started. And now, in terms of legislation, coming right back from the good old days of the Treaty of Versailles, you are not allowed to call sparkling wine champagne unless it comes from the Champagne region of France. They have very strict, don't start drinking yet. They have very strict legislation and also conventions regarding champagne. Only certain cultivars are used, like Chardonnay and Pinot Noir, and perhaps Pinot Meunier or Pinot Blanc. Very specific. Okay, you can get that, and the method they use, of course, is also a very particular method. That is what distinguishes, and we'll have the other one as well. what distinguishes it from, guys, I know you want to start Puza, but let's it's the first conference that I've been to where they during the conference have alcohol. Okay, so just to summarize quickly, people, if you please can settle down, it is difficult enough. That's it. That's what I want to hear, not talking, just corks popping. Okay, so the champagne made in Champagne, and we have similar styles here and all over the world. So in Spain, it is called Cava, C-A-V-A. In Germany, Sekt. In Italy, Prosecco. And here, of course, here it is called Cap Classique or MCC. All right, the third cup champenoise. All right. This is made by having your still wine in a bottle and then adding a mixture of sugar and alcohol, like a liqueur, into the bottle. And then it is sealed tight. So the sugar and the yeast in that sort of liqueur then starts fermenting within the bottle. So it creates CO2, carbohydrates, and that is what causes the bubbles within the bottle. And of course, the lees also adds to the taste. And then in the end, what they do is they freeze these bottles in downright position. So you have a little cap there, which they remove, and then this, what would we call it? A prop. This, the pressure in that bottle, and that's why your champagne bottles are normally then thicker than your normal wine bottles, can go up to 2 bar. And it pops out, and then they reseal it, and that's where you get this from. Unlike the other method, where they simply add carbon dioxide to the tank. And that's the last one we'll have, that's a JC Leroux. Okay, this one that we're now going to have, I wanted to get a Simon Sig Kaapse Vonkel, because that was the first traditional method champagne made in South Africa in 1971. But of course, budget constraints couldn't. But we then got an excellent Krone, twee jongere zellende Krones, Borealis Cuvée Brut. Now the Brut says it is dry, extremely dry. And it might be a bit dry for the people up north, although I was here for. Okay, this consists of, I'll be quick now. This consists of Chardonnay and Chardonnay 67%, Pinot Noir 27%, that's your red grape, and then Pinot Blanc 6%. It has quite a high alcohol, that's why we start with this one. 11, to put you in the mood for more. Alcohol of 11.49%. Residual sugar, very, very low, 8.7 gram per liter. As you'll see later on, we're moving towards sweeter. Okay, produced then in Krone winery or wine estate, which is in Tulbagh. Now, it's up to you now, once you've poured, to, oh yeah, just by the way, we appreciate that there will be people for whatever reason who do not use alcohol. So we also have on the tables, should have by now, alcohol-free champagne, which is not the same as grape juice. It's made in the same way as wine, and then it is de-alcoholized later on. Okay, so for those of you not, just check. Those of you not wanting alcohol, just check that you get the correct one. Otherwise, you might develop a personality that your wife doesn't know existed at all. All right, so let me also get Yeah, it's quite a challenge to do a wine tasting with 200 odd people, eh? Normally we're groups of 10 or 15. Okay, so the Krone Borealis Cuvée Brut, that is now your sparkling wine made in the champagne method, although we may not call it champagne. So what you guys can do is first swirl it around a bit. See very tiny bubbles. And then you can smell it. What do you smell? Yeah, you must really help me. I'm serious now. What do you smell? Many, many years ago, this is the final story for this one. I was involved in a wine tasting competition. It was a knockout one. So we were about 50 people starting, and then every time somebody makes a mistake, they fall out. In the end, it was me and one other guy left on that stage. And then comes a red wine, and I smell it. And I smell, this is Pinotage. When I taste it, no, it's not Pinotage. And then I go for a safe choice. I say, well, it's a blend of some Pinotage, some Cabernet. Of course, the other guy just smells, doesn't even taste. He says, this is Pinotage. And he's the winner. And he then tells me, he used to be a professor in chemistry. He tells me, if you ever in doubt, rather trust your nose than your taste. I said, okay. But now, after many years of smoking and old age, of course, coming into it, I can't smell that well anymore. And then the other day I met him again and I said, you know what? I remember what you said, but I can't smell anymore. And he said, oh, you know, Frans, that's a mixed blessing or a blessing in disguise. Everything you smell doesn't smell great. And the same if you can't hear so well anymore. Everything you hear is not great. Okay, so what do you smell, guys? Somebody says lemon, and there is in fact some of the experts here that can still smell. They mention citrus lemon. Very faint, not like you would have with your normal white wine or so. Okay, and then what do you taste? And please remember to leave enough for your toast, which you, Anita, will don't just gulp it down. Leave enough to celebrate the toast that she will be introducing. I don't know. What do you say? I pick up a bit of green apple, the Granny Smith type of apple. And then there's also a bit of, it's like a biscuit. Well, where's your glass? Okay, now that you know what it tastes like and what is, here's the expert now.
No, you stand with me.
I'm not saying on the wine, but at least on the.
So it's fine. So probably what we can do, we not do Simon, we probably do Krone, and we do collaboration. So let me taste on Krone and collaboration.
Cheers.
Cheers.
Thank you so much, Frans. This was great doing some tasting with you. I'm very careful making use of terminology like sparkling wine and champagne and wine, because I know each one of them has got a different meaning. So it's interesting learning from Frans. And thank you, Dr. Unita, for doing the toast on supply chain collaboration. So that's great. And we're moving forward. So ladies and gents, I now would like to introduce you to the keynote speaker, Dr. Roelof Botha. He's a research economist, gives business school, and he's going to talk about deregulation will unleash business opportunities. Thank you very much, Dr. Roelof.
Thanks, Harry. Ja, asseblief. Thanks, Harry. I brought a big bottle of water just in case the champagne gets to me. I'm just watch my jokes today. By the way, Frans and I were colleagues. I was at Tukkies teaching economics in '84. Good to see you again. And you've given me some ideas what to do when I retire. I think there's only two things more difficult to do than talk about economics on such a beautiful spring morning. And those two things are trying to climb a cliff that is leaning towards you, or trying to kiss a lady that is leaning away from you. But I'm going to give it my best shot. I just want to tell you that Harry and his team, Jonita and your team, I think most of us have a little list in our minds of reasons why we don't pack for Perth, if you know that expression. Who of you know somebody in Australia? When the box plays Sydney, it feels like a home game. But do you realize that this has had a beneficial effect on the world labor market? Because it has increased the average IQ of both countries. I'm just testing your maths a little bit there. And I just want to tell you that Harry and his team and Jonita and their team are on my list, a very long list of reasons why I don't pack for Perth. The other one, of course, is the Springboks. Thank you. The tireless efforts of so many competent South Africans in fixing this country. Because if there's anybody out here in this audience that believes that the country doesn't need serious fixing, then you're living in cloud cuckoo land. Because for a decade, we had a move towards incompetence in many spheres of the public sector in this country. Just look at the state of the roads, if you don't believe me. Just look at the state of the roads. I was in the Western Cape yesterday. What a pleasure it is to drive on the roads in the Western Cape. And the beauty of this is it tells you that if you have competent, technically, administratively competent people that are accountable, that have job descriptions, which spells out responsibilities that they have to adhere to, and they stick to that, then you can actually have very good service delivery and very good roads. And that can be replicated throughout South Africa because we do have the resources. What we need to ask ourselves, and I'd like you to answer that when I finish with my presentation, is whether you believe we have what it takes to get this country back to where we know it can be. And you can answer that question for yourselves. All my slides are based on fact. Everybody is entitled to their own opinion. Am I right? Not in North Korea, but anyway. But over here, but not to their own facts. And the slides I have to show you are based on fact, just as a matter of interest. I personally am very excited about the future, and the three words that sum up what I have to say are those words: economic policy shift. Because economic policy can make or break a country. The world is littered with examples over the past century of what can go right or wrong if a government, because governments are responsible for economic policy, if they get it wrong. That's the Zimbabwean economy, the background. Sorry about that. I'll get back to that in more accurate terms a little bit later. So I don't want to dwell on the bad news. You can read all about that in the Disaster or the Cape Crimes, as I call these newspapers of Iqbal surveys. he has apparently given authority to his editors or instructed them to write something demeaning and negative about our president, the president of the Republic of South Africa, on a daily basis. So maybe just remember that. We must just remind ourselves, what is one of the main reasons why our roads, our ports, our railways, why is it that the list of municipalities that are totally dysfunctional has gone from 64 to 66? But the previous CEO of the South African Local Government Association finds it in his heart to give him an increase from one fiscal year to the latest financial year in his total remuneration from 6 million to 10 million rand. I mean, this is unbelievable. Why don't you rather spend that money in training these people? Because training and skills development, I don't have to tell you how important that is. It was highlighted by Juanita. And if I'd been President of South Africa, she would become Minister of Transport, I promise you. And in the old days, I had a chance, but anyway. I just want to focus on 3 bullet items. Petro SA loses 14.5 billion rand in 1 year. 14.5 billion rand. That is 10% of this country's total agricultural production in a year. How the hell do you do that? It's in the Guinness Book of Records, I believe. And SAA's loss in 1 year of 5.7, and then the municipal regular expenditure. If we had, during the Zupta era, as I call it, if we had an accountable, responsible, and decent government that acts on behalf of South Africa and is competent, then what could we have done with that money? We could have built 650,000 houses, decent houses, brick and mortar, for poor people. We could have created 210,000 jobs in this country. Under Mandela and Mbeki, this country built 3 million RDP houses, and we created close to 10 million jobs. We should resuscitate the RDP housing program, and that is on the cards, and I'm lobbying for that. But we need to get the cement and the bricks to the site, and we need to build roads, and we need to fix roads, and that can be done. Fixing a pothole is apparently not technically, very difficult. You don't need a BSc degree to actually do that. I'm sure we can learn by collaborating, and that is so important, that word, collaboration. And what did our current president say in February? One of the most important statements ever made in the history of this country. He said the only way, in so many words, the only way that South Africa can get back to sustained high growth and get cracking with development is if we unleash the private sector and if we learn from their competence. I don't have to tell you the huge difference, the experience that you have in a typical private sector company than when you go to Home Affairs. Sorry about that. You know why they changed the streets in Pretoria into one-way streets many years ago? It's to prevent the civil service servants that arrive late from obstructing those that want to go home early. But anyway, this country is classified as an upper middle income country, not middle income, not lower middle income, not poor. We've got what it takes. We're one of the 35 largest economies in the world. We have the most diversified manufacturing sector of any emerging market. We've got the most diversified agricultural sector and mining sector of any emerging market in the world. And we are the current World Cup champions. I've got my 95 World Cup tie on here, thanks to the box for Saturday. I believe we've got what it takes. Here is the Zimbabwean economy, just to drive the point home about economic policy and how important that is. Because what President Ramaphosa is doing, he's moving away from a decade of no sensible economic policy whatsoever. And I challenge any economist in this country to disagree with me. We are moving away to a policy where there will be collaboration, where there will be cooperation. That's why I appointed Sipho Nkosi, a brilliant man, previous CEO of Exxaro, whose nickname is RTR, Red Tape Reducer. Does that sound good? Brilliant. And as far as I'm concerned, and I believe this is the case, he's got an open door policy. So if any sector of our economy has a legitimate, justifiable case to be brought in terms of this regulation, this licensing requirement, whatever it may be, this impact assessment requirement by law is standing in the way of creating jobs. That should be our ultimate number one priority, is to create jobs. Whether you do that by fixing the roads, whether you do that by obviously fixing the energy situation, that's great. But we must focus on creating jobs. I don't think there's anything worse in the world for an individual who has some skills, but he cannot find a job. Him or her. So, and that's been a passion of mine for a long time. Zimbabwe became a failed state. Who's been to Zimbabwe in the audience? I don't have to tell you that Zimbabwe did not become a failed state because of a lack of resources. They were one of the 10 largest food exporters in the world before Mr. Mugabe came along. The wrong policies, nationalization, which is another word for stealing, by the way. You know the definition of a communist? It's somebody who's got nothing, but he wants to share it with you. Venezuela became a failed state for the same reason, the wrong policies. The good news is that we never had nationalization, and I believe we will never get it. It is a very, very dangerous ideology. Ask the Chinese protesters right now. Ask the people in North Korea, if you don't believe me. Economic policy can make or break a country, and we are moving in the right direction, slowly but surely. And then people ask me, and by the way, I call a spade a spade. You'll probably notice that I'm self-employed. I'm also the only economist in South Africa that has provincial honors in sport parachuting. I don't scare easy. We must, as Dionita has indicated, we must learn to talk and listen to each other. Another problem that we have is the Reserve Bank. And I hope the governor is going to watch this. You can certainly send it to him, because I'm going to tell you now that the governor of the Reserve Bank does not understand inflation. This country does not have demand inflation. We have an unemployment problem. And if I can justify that, our capacity utilization in manufacturing is not where it was before COVID. You will notice the COVID V in several of my slides, which is great news. A quick recovery, which is great. But we're not there yet. America is justified to raise their interest rates because they have demand inflation. They've got full employment. If you account for the natural rate of employment, people raising babies, etc., and people going on sabbaticals. I see that a lot at the university as well. But we're not there. So why this knee-jerk reaction? If you analyze the inflation in South Africa, you'll notice that if you take out fuel and regulated prices, then our inflation problem is not remotely as big as to justify this huge increase in the cost of capital in South Africa. Fixing the logistics of this country, with or without private sector collaboration, and with is the only way to go as far as I'm concerned, will require a lot of capital investment, physical capital, which needs to be financed. The Reserve Bank is obstructing this process. When I saw that Germany has a higher inflation rate than South Africa, I knew something terrible is wrong, because that is not supposed to be like that. And I dug a little bit deeper and I found the true cause of global inflation right now is the tail end of the shipping freight cost rise, which increased by 800% between the second quarter of 2019 and the second quarter of 2021. That is the reason. Now, if anybody in this audience is smart enough to explain to me how a higher South African mortgage bond rate, we're paying more on mortgage bonds, am I right? Who has a mortgage bond? You've got less money in your pocket at the end of this month. Say thanks to the Reserve Bank for that, by the way. That's not good for the economy, by the way. How will a higher interest rate in South Africa bring this freight rate index down? There is no correlation. And I've tried to explain it to some of the Monetary Policy Committee members. The good news is that that Statista freight rate index has come down dramatically. It's just over $3,000 for a 40-foot container now, and it's going to drop further. And I can comfortably predict that very early next year, inflation will start dropping globally, and with a bit of luck, rates may come down later next year. If you think I've been a little bit harsh on the Reserve Bank, then just watch this slide. This country's economy has never been able to grow at sustained high rates unless private sector credit is growing. And by that, I mean mortgage bonds. I mean loans for companies to build new factories, to buy new trucks, or whatever the case may be. Look at this slide. The current total household credit extension in this country, in real terms, adjusted for inflation, is lower than it was 10 years ago. And we have one institution to thank for that, and that is the South African Reserve Bank, its Monetary Policy Committee. 5 individuals control the most important economic indicator in this country. It is unthinkable that Minister Enoch Godongwana will raise the income tax rate every second month. Am I right? Or the VAT rate. What will happen? We'll have a revolution which will make the RET July unrest, the Red Faction unrest. It was instigated by them. Make no mistake about that. It will make it look like a Sunday school picnic. He won't think of it. But the Reserve Bank just raises interest rates without any justification. It lowers the disposable income in our pockets. So what do? We just work harder. Well, that's what I do. And that's what a lot of you do as well. Moving on to, this is an economic presentation, so I have to talk about the Rand and the JSE. The Rand always recovers. And those of you that read my article 3 weeks ago in News 24, where I predicted that the Rand would move to 16 something, I took a chance there, Harry. A big chance, but I nailed it. It was as low as 1670 this week at one stage. Some of my peers laughed at me, and the decent ones have phoned to apologize. I don't always get it right, but when I do, I tell people. The Rand always recovers, and while it's weak, and it's never weak on its own, it's weak because the dollar was strong. The Rand was weak because the dollar was strong. It always recovers. While it's relatively weak, our exporters are laughing all the way to the bank, which is very good news. The JSE has hit a new all-time record high. A new all-time record high. And a couple of months ago, when you got your statements from your fund managers, Optimum Financial Services Group, hopefully, I do some work for them, and they look after my pension very well, by the way. You would have been perturbed, am I right? Because the JSE took a knock, and there should be some good local equities in there. That has all changed. That was also predictable. And this slide is one that I am extremely proud of, because it comes from a research report which has been submitted to a government about the implementation of a basic income grant in South Africa. And if we can finance a basic income grant to be paid to registered unemployed persons in South Africa, there's roughly 8 million of them, at the food poverty line, which currently is 663 Rand a month, then by definition, we have eliminated abject poverty. How does that sound to you? I'm getting goosebumps while I'm speaking, by the way. And if we tweak the child support grant to only be paid to unemployed primary caregivers, we can comfortably afford it. So watch that space. But in our research, me and my team, we got hold of roughly 200 different publications and data sets. It was a rough project. It was like doing my doctorate all over again. I was threatened with divorce first, and then I was threatened by murder. But I have submitted the report now. But South Africa, no country, no developing country in the world in the last decade has done more to combat poverty than South Africa. We will get the gold medal if ever there was a competition. So well done to government as far as that's concerned, for all their ills. They've done this. Thank you. And it has never been a fiscal constraint. Never. I'll get back to a slide that confirms that. I had to say something about agriculture, because we like food, don't we? We also like champagne, apparently. You can't eat this thing. Juanita said an interesting thing. Digitalization is great, but you know, it doesn't help you if you can't get the stuff to market. You need transport is so important. The Romans had an expression, via vita. The road is life. Without the road, without getting products and people to places, there's nothing. And that's why, as far as I'm concerned, that should be priority number one. We can get generators, we can get UPSs and stuff like that, solar, we can go there. I think fixing the roads of this country is the number one priority, and obviously the rails. But anyway, agriculture in South Africa, we need also to get product out to the rest of this continent. Have you got any idea how many people in Africa eat food made in South Africa? We're talking about millions and millions of them. Our farmers in this country are on another level. The average yield of the 5 major crops divided by the capital employed in agriculture makes South African farmers the most productive in the world, despite the European Union's common agricultural policy and the fact that we are not actually allowed to use the word champagne. What an irritation, but anyway. The AGBIS confidence index in agriculture has reached a new all-time record high, and agricultural value added as well. I have to move a little bit faster, I believe. The gross operating surplus in agriculture has also moved to a higher level, which is great news because they have arduous challenges. By the way, the definition of an economist is somebody that will marry Charlize Theron for her money. Personally, I think when she said that thing about the 44 Afrikaans-speaking people, I think she must have had too much champagne. I'm quite sure about that. I'm just going to run down a couple of good news slides. The occupancy rates at the second largest real estate investment trust in this country are moving very quickly back to full capacity, which is fantastic news. The Afrimat Construction Index, construction is also faced with huge challenges because of the logistical problems and the construction mafia. This is a real mafia of France, not the one that you thought Harry belonged to, but it's recovered nicely, but it needs a boost. The ABSA BR Purchasing Manager Index has been running above that 50 benchmark, which is the difference between expansion and contraction for a very long period. And if Harry had told me you only have 10 minutes and 5 slides, this would have been one of them. Our leading business cycle indicator reached an all-time record high this year. And the only reason why it's dipped marginally is because of the Reserve Bank's policies. There you have government debt GDP ratios for selected trading partners. We have stabilized at 70%. We do not have any fiscal problems in this country in the short to medium term. Our fiscal affairs are now under President Ramaphosa in very, very good hands. And that's one of the reasons why S&P, Fitch and Moody's are all bullish about our prospects to get back to full investment grade status. Capital formation by the private sector, slowly but surely getting out of the state capture era and improving their capacity, which is good news. The value of wholesale trade sales, this is unbelievable. At constant 2022 prices is approaching the 1 trillion rand mark per quarter. This grew September this year on year, this indicator by more than 25%. Wholesale sales need to be transported. I don't have to tell you that. I must really honestly tell you that something needs to happen very quickly early next year. Some plan to get our rail and our road networks going again. We could grow easily at 5-6% per year if we can just fix the logistics in this country. And we've got the resources, we've got the people, and now we have a government that understands economic policy. Our president is a very smart man. And people tell me, yes, but he's been moving so slowly. And he's still got some people in the cabinet that are not probably entirely on his side. This is being televised, so I'm trying to be diplomatic, but you know who you are. You signed performance agreements. And I'd like to be a fly in the wall when the president asks you how you did on your report card. But in any event, the president is heeding Jan Smuts' words, wise words spoken more than a century ago when he was asked in Parliament, what is a member of Parliament's #1 task? And he said, you must get re-elected. brilliant. And he will be re-elected this month. And next year, you're going to see sparks fly. You're going to see deregulation. The change in the value of wholesale sales is spread throughout all the sectors. I think I need to finish. The Altron FinTech Household Resilience Index, which I compiled for them, also reached an all-time record high this year. It's dipped marginally because of higher interest rates. And our total disposable income of households in this country, despite the Reserve Bank's policies, also has hit a new all-time record high. This is unbelievable news. But you won't read this in the majority of the general media in South Africa. You just won't read it there because they have, Mr. Survey has another agenda. He's in big trouble because of the IO technology transaction, I promise you. And the social media is, as Frans said, you know, it's good if you lose your hearing slowly but surely, because not everything you hear is great, as he said. But here you have the data and the facts. Vehicle sales, also new and used, new all-time record high. And this news came out yesterday, I believe. I was on various media platforms to comment on this. Between January and September this year, we created more than 1 million formal sector jobs in this country. Now, I wish I was the Minister of Finance in Feb, because multiply 1 million with the average formal sector salary, which is 260,000 Rand a year. It's higher in the public service, by the way. Multiplied by the fiscal backflow effect, because government takes back 30% more or less. Then Mr. Edward Kieswetter, a very nice man at SARS. You never mess with him. But remember that South African Revenue Services has the same acronym as serious acute respiratory syndrome. And they can both be dangerous, one to your health and one to your finances. But anyway, Mr. Kieswetter has 7.4 billion Rand every month in his pocket that he didn't budget for. So Mr. Gondogwana has a nice task in February, and hopefully we will all lobby for him to make it possible to build new roads and to fix the existing ones. My last slide, Harry, don't look so nervous. Last year, in 2020, first year of COVID, this country exported 1.1 trillion Rands worth of goods. Okay, the exchange rate helped us a little bit. The commodity prices were in our favor. And it's not just gold, the big five, gold, platinum, iron ore, coal, and manganese. It's also vehicles, it's components. It's hundreds of products, chemical products that are exported by Sasol and other chemical industries in South Africa. It's food, processed food, it's agriculture, etc. And despite the neglect of our infrastructure, our transport infrastructure, we managed this. Just think of what we could do if we were to move to a new level as far as fixing and building new ones concerned. And then came the second year of COVID, and we increased that by 60% to 1.7 trillion Rand. This is unbelievable stuff. This country has the strongest balance of payments of any emerging market in the world. These slides are one-dimensional. They remind me of the definition of a statistician. It's a person that will tell you if your feet are in the oven and your head is in the freezer. On average, you are quite comfortable. Please don't try that. I have absolutely no doubt in my mind that our economic policy will move next year to a platform where there is maximum collaboration with the private sector, master plans for each sector in terms of identifying unnecessary regulations, like the one that Barbara Creasy announced, where there would be no more environmental impact assessments for renewable energy projects unless it's a highly sensitive area. She has reduced by just that one amendment to unnecessary legislation, the time that it takes to get everything done by 24 months. We don't want to wait 24 months before we get rid of load shedding. Am I right? That is Cyril Ramaphosa showing his hand. I have faith in this country's people and in my president. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Rudolph. Ladies and gents, isn't it nice to hear a positive message and encouraging message? So I think we can give him another hand. Thank you very much for that. Dr. Rudolph, can you participate in the questions and answer session quickly?
Unfortunately not. I like to end like a conductor on a crescendo. And I also have an appointment with a TV station for a live TV. I have to spread the word. So, but if anybody has a burning question, I promise you, if you send it to Harry and he emails it to me, I will answer that. And I'll send you the latest edition of The Bright Side, a monthly publication which I prepare for an international currency trader, which is a wrap of all the good news in the economic front, which you will not read in the disaster. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Rudolph. Right, ladies and gents, let's get our program on. All right, so we've been planning to have a interactive session, questions and answers. I don't know, Devlin, where's Devlin? There we are. Devlin, I don't know if we must combine this then afterwards. If we maybe have people now, give them an opportunity to do the networking breakfast and visit the tables, and then later on we combine the session. Yeah, so that would work. Ladies and gents, remember there are now these exhibitions, and you can drop your business card by visiting them for lucky draws and go and do some networking there, find out the offering, and then so spend a little bit of time there. Give it about, let me just see, 10:40. Yeah, we very much at time of the networking breakfast. So spend time at the desks, drop in your business cards, and have a nice breakfast. And this breakfast is obviously proudly sponsored by South African Association of Freight Forwarders and FNB. So let's give him a big hand for that. Thank you very much. All right, so enjoy the breakfast, and we will see you guys again here at 11:40, like basically about 11:30-ish. I'll start calling you back, but enjoy the networking, drop your business cards, enjoy the breakfast. Thank you very much. Test 1, 2. Okay, ladies and gents, slowly start moving back to your seats. Let's take up our seats, please. And let's continue this great event. Being hosted by the South African Association of Freight Forwarders and FNB. I don't know what I've done, but that worked. It's the FNB one. Right, let's give everybody opportunity to settle down. Ladies and gents, we're still talking about supply chain survival through increased collaboration, acknowledging our challenges and successes together in 2023 We're very much looking forward to a positive and prosperous 2023. So our next presenter this morning is Barbara Mommen. She's an independent consultant, Coalitions, and she's going to talk about big data on the N4 beyond assumption. Thank you very much, Barbara. Just get your slide. Where is my mouse pointer? Let me try this. We're just sorting out the mouse pointer. We'll be in a sec. We had a power dip that was going on, so bear with us. We will be with you in a sec. Start talking with the doctors.
Okay. Well, good morning, everybody. And thank you to Janita and to Harry for the invitation to present my favorite topic today. I'm probably going to try my best to ignore the timer because, well, I'm a girl, I've got to talk a lot. So my discussion really today is a little bit about big data, and then a little bit about some of the realities and some of the successes we've had on the Maputo corridor this year. Are we on? Not yet, almost. So I'm going to start by looking at some of the regional issues, because I think they're important in the way that they inform the way that we understand the Maputo corridor, because one of the key questions that I'm asked is, well, why are you supporting Maputo when we've got our own ports and our own corridors? And well, actually, it is about ease of access and it's about efficiency. I have a problem saying that word in terms of corridors sometimes, but actually we are moving in the right direction. So we've seen a dramatic reduction in the South African capacity in Durban and Richards Bay. And alongside that, also a dramatic reduction in rail capacity. And those challenges are particularly evident on a rail corridor like ours that feed a neighboring country's port. And then we also have the fact that Maputo is really a viable option for bulk exports and for the citrus from the northern region. And we had a very exciting citrus season this year for the first time in many years. Okay. And we're looking forward to a really good season in 2023. So there's really ongoing investment in the port of Maputo. I think their intention is to really ensure that it is a niche port for bulk and certain other services. I think the amount that they've invested to date is roughly 850 million US or in that region. And we have excellent road infrastructure, unlike many of our other roads. The Track N4 concession is one of the few bilateral infrastructure PPPs that has actually borne fruit in Africa, I think, and that is a significant benefit. Oh, great. How do we get the oh, there we go. Thank you. So I'm already on to this. Citrus, as I said, we moved 87 million cartons out of Maputo, and we're looking at an increase of 23 million for 2023. And some data from the Minerals Council is that no more than 30% of the chrome or ferrochrome go through Richards Bay anymore. So thankfully, we have the infrastructure to support us. But I will show you later on how stressed that infrastructure is and why we need this balance. And I'm so glad to hear the need for multimodal supply chains, because we are not going to be able to compete unless we get there. So we're looking at improved trade facilitation systems. Mozambique, to its credit, implemented in 2014 world best practice in the single window system. There are problems, but it is still the world best practice in trade facilitation. SARS has an ongoing modernization program and is starting to discuss the single window issue with some intention. And then we have on the Maputo corridor, the pilot of the authorized economic operator program. And I'm not going to go into too much detail about that, but just quickly on the single window, what it does is reduce complexity enormously. What you do is you present your documents into one portal, and that portal is then responsible for distributing those documents to the relevant government departments. And thank you to SAF for these slides. The benefits are that you are really giving government the comfort that it needs, that there is compliance in the documentation, that there's security, that there's increased transparency and integrity, and traders actually have a more efficient process all along. And I'm not going to go into those details. So under the big data analytics, I know this is an old quote, but I think it's brilliant. Without data, you're just another person with an opinion. And I feel like in my past life as CEO of MCLI, I was just another person with an opinion, because we had been begging and pleading with organizations to work with us to find data, to justify what we thought we knew. And finally, in 2017, SSATP introduced the TMS, the Transport Management System. And as Janita mentioned, CRICME was the service provider. And I'm going to go through very quickly. This is not exactly the most recent information, but just to give you an idea of what can be done. So here you have a map of the N4 corridor. And here you will see the different lines indicate the level of, let's say, the segments will deal with the number of trips and the increase in congestion and complexity. So I just have to find my notes here. There we go. No. Sorry about that. I thought I was less challenged, but clearly I'm very challenged. So this is really a port-centric approach, which enables us to filter inbound and outbound traffic from Maputo, and this is on road at this point. And this, I think, is really important. And as Janita showed in the dashboard, what it enables is an understanding and certainly a bigger picture approach when you're looking to plot supply chains, is to understand what sort of dynamics you're dealing with right through the entire supply chain, not just from the mine to the border. And I think that's a critical thing. When we look at this, what's happened is the organization has geo-zoned the corridor. And I think, am I right, it's something like 200,000 points of information every minute that come in from various tracking facilities that track vehicles and so on. And I think that's very important because although it's not an exact representation, the amount of data actually gives us a clear picture of what, in fact, those of you who are statisticians will say the sample is big enough. I reckon 200,000 is a pretty big sample. So they're grouped according to what they're doing and the comparison, and we can eventually drill down into the exact functions. On this one, we're looking at underneath the picture, the median turnaround times in minutes between the border, the depots, the police checkpoints, weigh bridges, and so on. And that information is absolutely critical as a diagnostic tool and one that can enable us to understand particularly where the interventions need to happen. And this was not available before. I think it's the best thing since sliced bread. So this platform also enables us to compare quite critically important corridors, and the Maputo corridor is compared to the north-south, which runs all the way over there. And we actually, that's an important thing because when you look at the north-south corridor and it's in immense length, there are specific issues that will provide the competitiveness of those choices for you. So at this point, we are moving mostly coal, chrome, ferro ores, and general exports are very much around fast-moving consumer goods and providing access for Mozambicans to run businesses and food, and that's a big issue. So what is critical is that we have an understanding of what is required from a bulk transit point of view. We've got to understand what is required from fast-moving consumer goods and refrigerated items. With citrus particularly, there's a 16-hour period where you can have the fruit at ambient temperature before it has to be refrigerated. And so this kind of information really gives you an understanding of how we can do this within the required times. So this slide shows you that the data that's collected is from live vessel data. So it's not just from the port saying, we think these are the ships, it's live vessel data, updating to the platform every 15 minutes. And you'll see the red dots on the presentation. That is the vessels that are still moving into the port. And it provides a summary really of how we can understand how the trucks moving, how hopefully one day rail is moving, and to match that with the port capacity. I'm not going to go into detail here. This looks at the bigger picture around where the vessels are located, how the average days that the vessels spend in port, how long it takes to dispatch or to load. And the comparisons are very important here again. I'm going to move on past this because I'm racing. The challenges, and I think this picture doesn't actually really represent the size of the challenges. So hold on to your seats. This was taken last week. That is a 2-lane, 2-way road, which is at this point a 4-lane, 1-way road going into Lubombo at just before the bypass. This was also on the N4 and some more, and you can just see kilometers worth of trucks. And this is a reasonably efficient corridor. I'm sorry, but this to me is completely unacceptable. And then we have this picture, the head-on collision between a Transnet freight rail and a CFM train that derailed then at just below the border post. The terrain is dreadfully challenging. And unfortunately, I've yet to have a response from Transnet to say how long the cleanup operation will take, which is really important for us to know, because we need to know what to prepare for in terms of additional road volumes. And I'm already frantic and I'll show you some of those figures. Then we have between, and I'm sorry, I'm talking about the corridors if you know it. They're about 4 kilometers from, or 2 kilometers from the border is a BP garage. And usually it goes up the hill to Lubombo and garage, and the entrance to the border post. It's pitch dark at night and there's bush, really thick bush on either side, diesel theft. There've been assaults, there've been rapes, there've been all sorts of terrible crimes. And yesterday in discussion with the head of police at Lubombo, they are really stretched. They have no staff, they are limited. Part of the crisis is, and actually most of the government agencies that we work with, their response to everything is, unless you change driver behavior, we can't do our jobs. And I was saying to them, well, you've got to do your job so that the drivers behave. And that is a discussion that I think is going to be ongoing for a while. And then the accidents. And here again, I'm just going to refer specifically to the diesel theft. A security company actually arrested the criminals, handed them over to the police, and within a week they were out there working that stretch again. This is the Kilometer 4 facility at Rosana Garcia, where they process the temporary import permits. Those queues could go anything from 3 to 5 hours. Fortunately, that's not the case anymore, and there is an improvement. But I think the other challenge is that there are so many protests happening at the moment that the predictability and reliability of the supply chains is definitely under threat. So for us on the Maputo corridor, the priority areas are the urgency of 24-hour traffic policing. I think there's an expectation that companies manage their drivers. But when a driver has been sitting in a queue for 6 hours, I think it's just human nature to try and get on with your job. And unless traffic police are there doing their jobs, you have a crisis. One of the very difficult issues that I think we're going to really struggle to solve is that traffic policing on the Maputo corridor was after hours, was not seen as an essential service during COVID. Why? I cannot imagine, because that's a national key point. It's one of the critical export routes in our country. And as a result, getting that to be reinstated and to be approved by the unions as a 24-hour operation is going to be a real challenge. The securing of the border precinct by SAPS and the B of A is difficult. And I hope that this will not go viral, but I think a lot of the problem is an overwhelm in the sense that SAPS doesn't really know how to manage the enormity of the problem. That is not to say that the operation doesn't move and work, but these are unnecessary additions to cost, time, and delay. Policing at the moment, currently unlawful, and we addressed it yesterday in a meeting with them, and the police said quite openly, we have no other options. People do not listen to us. Drivers will just look at us and say, I will not do what you're telling me to do. If you want me to do that, fine me. So we have a culture of lawlessness, and it permeates on both sides. So what are the things that we need to do? We need a corridor institution as a priority, greater regularity of bilateral engagement, and this is not only between governments, but especially between governments and private sector. And that has to happen together, because unless government understands the issues that private sector are dealing with, policy and changes in policy and legislation very seldom really meet the need of the supply chain. We need practical things like effective lighting and camera surveillance of the border. I believe TRAC is going to implement infrared camera surveillance, but I think that's a deterrent, as is lighting, although the police disagree with me that it's just not going to work. I think it will be a deterrent because it will be easier to find where the people are going, because after dark, it is very dark. And I think this last point is particularly important. Urgent investment in rail capacity on the Maputo corridor. That corridor, that corridor was never meant to carry the volumes of vehicles that it does. We are so fortunate that TRAC has built a fabulous road, because if there was any compromise in the quality of the road, I don't even want to think what sort of situation we would be in. Sorry, did I say urgent investment in rail capacity? Okay, so some numbers, just quickly. Total cargo, I'm just going to show you these to show you how, since January, I've been tracking the total number of exports, imports, and vehicles going through the border. This is the trajectory that we're following, and the November drop is entirely because I don't have all the November figures. I got these till the 20th. And I think that picture shows it even better. August and September, we saw a lot of the riots, there were delays, there were power issues and so on, and which accounts for the drop. And if we look at total exports, those have continued to rise, which means even though we don't have exactly the tonnages, or I don't, that are moving at any particular point, we can see that the uptake for bulk is enormous, because this we'll see later on how I've separated the exports versus the imports. And the majority of these, I would say 85 to 90% is bulk transit. Total imports is fairly erratic, but also on the increase. And then that can consolidate it. But I think this is the important picture. This is so unlike so many corridors on our continent. It is 93% exports and 7% imports. And if one looks at the daily figures here, at the moment, this has crept up. These are average figures, and I'm going to show you some of the actual figures in a minute. These have crept up consistently since January. Imports, we've seen that picture, but I think this is very telling. And I'm showing you figures above 1,800 vehicles a day through a border post that was built in the 1950s. 2010, yes, the bypass was built, which separated bulk transit out of the major border post. I believe yesterday, from our meeting, Home Affairs indicated that they had processed 22,000 light vehicles through that border post. It's mind-blowing. And what's mind-blowing about that is that this is not given a priority in policy and funding and all of those other things. So 2,016 vehicles in one day. These are export vehicles only. Export and import vehicles. This is not sustainable. I'm glad that there's an opportunity for our mines to utilize this corridor, but in the long term, we are going to be shooting ourselves in the foot. We are going to limit our competitiveness. We are going to limit our efficiency if we rely entirely on road transport on this corridor. This is not sustainable. So some interventions. TRAC, although it's not part of its concession, has started work and is proceeding at pace with creating 3 lanes at the gate between South Africa and Mozambique, a dedicated bulk lane, a dedicated, I think, the green lane that we want for the AEO program to work, and just general repairs, which will enable really ease of movement. And this picture just shows exactly where it is. That is the, this is the borderline itself, and this is just outside the exit gate. And that is where the majority of the work is happening. So systems and processes, and again, thanks to the WCO for this, coordinated border management is critical. Single window system, equally critical. To have operators authorized and compliant, I want to actually stand on the rooftops and say, just do it. It's not going to shoot you in the foot. It's going to help you. So these things are really what we're pushing to ensure that we get the kind of efficiencies that we need. Working together, and I think that what's critical is this next slide that says where the red arrow shows is the number of agencies. And I think yesterday in a presentation, I mistakenly, or on Tuesday, mistakenly said there were 7 government departments. There are actually 8 on the South African side. I think there are similar numbers in Mozambique, but you've got, I hope I can remember them, you've got customs, you've got immigration, you've got police, you've got BMA, you've got public works, transport, health, agriculture, and I might have left out something. But we know governments are not good at exchanging information, at talking to each other. And although we've seen on the Maputo corridor, because part of the role that MCLI played very effectively was to draw those agencies together, that the gap that has been created by that lack of engagement is significant. So we need to look at working very closely with the government and private sector partners. The concept of the authorized economic operator is really to accredit people, operators, whether they're transporters, cargo owners, clearing and forwarding agents, right through the supply chain, to minimize the delays and the stops and the checks and the red flags on the route, so that you have a green channel access at the border, and if necessary, some sort of post-check system. And I think this slide really shows the benefits, where the green is compliant consignments and red non-compliant consignments. At present, this is the process that's happening where both sit in the same queues. And then with the AEO program, you want the situation where the compliant operators move through the green lane and the non-compliant operators do not delay, especially in our case, the road traffic. I've got one more slide, Harry. That was good. So what are the greatest achievements of 2022? Well, I'm only going to give you 2 of them because I think they're important. 24-hour operation at Lebombo Rossano Garcia. That was 18 years in the making. 18 years. We cannot afford to have that kind of slow response to the need for supply chain efficiency. The other thing is we have nagged, my official title is professional nagger, imminent removal of the temporary import permits in Mozambique. The cost to trade from January to the end of, or to the 20th of November, and this is just the cargo, is 87 million rand cost to trade. That's not acceptable. Why this is such an issue is that it was in contravention of the SADC Protocol on Trade, which was signed by member states in 1998, which promised to reduce tariffs and to ease trade. So this is where we are. There are huge challenges ahead, but as I've learned in all my years on this corridor, collaboration and partnership will win the end of the day. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Barbara. What a good nagger you are. With lots of respect for you. Such important work she's doing. I met her many years ago in a meeting in a workshop, sitting next to her, and I soon realized this lady knows what she's talking about. Big role, Barbara, thank you for bringing private sector and public sector together to collaborate. And the important work on this corridor you're doing for so many years. So we really appreciate that. I think you've shown us I don't know if it's scary or concerning pictures of the N4, but we appreciate what you're doing there to alleviate what's going on there. So thank you very much. Really appreciate it. Ladies and gents, it's now time to have a little bit of fun again. And I'm just going to put up our program. So I can ask Frans Haupt, please, to come to the front again. And let's do some wine tasting here. So we're going to have the toast we're going to drink now. Barbara referred a lot to rail, investment in rail. So Marcella Tlapo, who's the Chief Executive Officer of the African Rail Industry Association, she's just now, after the tasting, she's going to do a toast on railways in South Africa. So thank you in advance, Marcella. We're going to call you to the front just now, but now let's doing some more tasting. Thank you, Frans.
Test 1, 2.
Right, ladies and gentlemen. I trust you've all opened the bottles of Miss Molly, the red one, rosé one. Barbara says she's a nagger. I've never been to a place where I had to nag people to open bottles of wine. Okay. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, have you all got your? There also still some non-alcoholic or alcoholized champagne left. Okay. Takes a bit longer. Okay. Okay, what do you want to hear first? The good news or the bad news? Okay, compared to the previous, this is also a cup classique, MCC in other words, is traditional method champagne if you wish. The previous one, the alcohol was 11.49. This one is 12.5. That's the good news. Now the bad news. The previous one, the sugar content was 8.7 grams per liter. This one is 9 grams per liter. So those weight conscious people. But the good news again is this one is gluten-free, dairy-free, fat-free. So all right, so this comes from a Franschhoek area. It's called Miss Molly after the dog, Weimaraner dog on Mooreson, Morning Sun estate. This one, I pick up some pomegranate. On the taste, quite a bit of yeast, but also strawberries. Strawberry. Use your imagination if you can't taste it. And then if you want to play safe, you always say a slight hint of citrus. Okay, this one is a blend again of 70% Pinot Noir, which is a red grape variety, and 30% Chardonnay. And the most recent harvest, which this is not, they've moved to 100% Pinot Noir. Okay, now, seeing that we're all learning so much today, how do we get this to be this rosé, rose color? We use red grapes. But all juice, whether it's a red grape or a white grape, all grape juice is white. So that what makes a red wine, obviously apart from using the red wine grapes or the red grape varieties, is that we leave the juice on the skins and it absorbs the color from the skin, but it's not the juice that is red. So it takes up the color from the skin. And the longer you keep it, the darker red it will become. And this was obviously not on the skins for too long. That's why I get this beautiful rosé color. Okay. It will go well, I think, with anything that's sort of very trifle, for instance. Yeah, it will enhance it. And then I didn't pick this one myself, but Kirby, who did a lot of the organizing here, said it's her favorite. And I thought, oh, dumb blonde, what does she know about? And then I saw this got it in 2021, top score in the Old Mutual category, Old Mutual competition category, sparkling wine, 96% or 96 points out of 100. So yeah, she's not just a pretty face; she's got good taste in wine as well. To end off, I already said it's gluten-free, dairy-free, fat-free, so you can have it at any time. Lily Bollinger said the following, referring to champagne. I only drink champagne when I'm happy and when I'm sad. Sometimes I drink it when I'm alone. When I have company, I consider it obligatory. I trifle with it if I'm not hungry, and I drink it when I am. Otherwise, I never touch it unless I'm thirsty. All right. She's going to introduce the toast.
And it's water. But I would like to thobela. Ka lebitso ke Mesela Nhlapo. Ke tswala Bogoshing. Ke Mokwena. Ke tau ya Sekgwa sa metsi. Ke rile a hore ke kgalemele lenyatso. I am not a strong woman. I'm a powerful woman. And I am very good at what I do. Don't need anyone to tell me I'm good at what I do. I'm a railroader. I don't quit. I done when the work is done. And I'm a woodpecker. If they think that I will stop, I'm not about to stop. But equally so, such events should make sure that we collaborate as logistics center, logistics different companies, and to have that cooperation, that solution. And I find it problematic that we come up here and talk about skills and talk about competence, and as if we deny that there was a Bantu education. The Bantu education affected me as well. And in order for us to move forward as a country, as we did in 1994, this finger pointing that corruption, as if corruption is only from government, and us as a private sector here are equally responsible. So I would like to stand here and if you can rise like you're waiting for a train at the train station to say cheers to the 2023, the year of third-party access implementation.
So isn't that encouraging? We need much more investment in rail. Thank you very much, Mesela. Right, thank you, Franz. We're looking forward to the next one. Ladies and gents, our next presenter then for today is Mr. Zak Sibalingam. He's the Regional Director, FNB Commercial. He's going to talk about Behind Banking, empowering the entrepreneurial ecosystem. Thank you, Zak. Decent start. Yeah, I thought it just one. Can be with you in a second. We're just loading the presentation. The power dip just now took it away, but I'm just loading it again. I can see on the memory stick is busy working there.
You're complete a little while, yeah. I thought we didn't you download it onto the your it's there. Can you not let it? It's not clicking on.
So doing this.
Good afternoon, good people. So we're good to go. Thank you. Sorry about that. Thank you, Harry. So champagne at 9, fit cooks for breakfast. I think I could do this every day, every year. So I think firstly, congratulations to the SAF team. Raylene, Jonita, thanks for the invite. We're very glad to be here and participate. But I love the work you're doing. Love it. So I'm going to kick off on a quick video and I'm going to take you through a few slides. Hopefully we can save some time.
How can we help grow a country, shape a nation, and build the economy? Our business goes beyond money. Our business backs ambitions, builds.
Oh, I was afraid of that.
Dreams and shapes legacies. Our business transforms lives and changes the world as we see it. Our business is built for people, the entrepreneurs, the builders, the growers, the healers, the movers and the shakers, the deal makers, the ones that want to expand, the ones who deliver, the ones that run day and night. We help back people that build our country. We help them achieve. We help them accomplish their dreams. We help them reach new heights with financial liberation. We help solve their problems with solutions. We help drive their business to the next level. We help by empowering them every step of the way. We are FNB Commercial Lending.
So, thank you. Thank you. So bankers say this often, cash flow and liquidity is the lifeblood of a business. But I think in this space, for SA Inc., you are the lifeblood. The entrepreneurs and the transport and logistics sector that physically gets the goods to where it needs to be. So I'm not going to bore you with too much technical detail. That we'll do at that couch there when you really want to engage and chat. But I'm going to share some of our funding solutions and happy to chat further and unpack. So the first one is eTradePort. So this is an online real-time platform that manages your trade finance transactions. Single sign-on, you can get through on our online banking platform. And how does it help you? So I'm just going to go through a few here. Single platform for all your updates, greater control of your trade finance transactions. It's supported by a trade desk. And I think these are the important things from a governance perspective. Full audit trail of transactions, reduces fraud and minimizes cost. And you have the ability to upload your docs for later retrieval. So we understand most businesses have been through COVID, flooding, riots, lots of supply chain disruptions. And I think why we're here, I mean, to Jonita's theme, to listen and understand, is how you funded businesses 20 years ago is very different to how you look at it now. A lot of different cycles, a lot of different distortions in the macros. So it's important we get to listen and understand the nuances in your specific sector. So one of our accelerated cash flow lend product is debtor finance. So this is a non-disclosed working capital facility. This is very wordy, cash flow acceleration, but basically taking your debtors book and funding it up to 80%. And I'm just going to go to this next slide. Please, a lot of banking stuff in here. But the bottom line is, depending on your cycle and how we understand, and or maybe the other thing I wanted to talk about. So although all of you operate in the same sector, what we as bankers have come to understand and appreciate about entrepreneurs is each one of you would have a very unique business or operating model, a very unique competitive edge. So it's never a one size fits all. And these are just solutions, but what we will offer you will depend on our engagement and how we understand your cycle, your debtors, stock, your creditors, your working capital movements. So the invoice discounting, I'm checking, we've got our, I mean, there's a lot of times people say that credit people don't attend these events. We've got, I'm not going to call out a name, but she's at the back there, our head of credit. He's loving this session today. So we have accelerator solutions. So invoice discounting where we could gear your business up to 5 times, and we'd fund up to 80% of your book, and we'll do it up to 120 days. Then one of our newer innovations is for people who don't want too much audit, don't need to have too much of a back office admin or operational team. We've introduced Debtor Finance Lite. This is where we'd gear up to 2 times, advance 65% against your book and fund up to 120 days. And then Anna-Marie's favorite, trade receivables, where there's a trade finance element and a stock underpin. And this one we'd like to have a detailed discussion, and we'll fund up to 150 days for you. So a lot of options. Not everything would be suitable for your business. So I think with transport and logistics, the big thing is asset-based finance. And here we want to bring the expertise and a partnership approach to you. So important for us to understand industry sector. You could see the theme is pretty consistent. Understand your individual business and structure a deal that works for you. We've got Prashant and who's now the new head of sales of FML. And we've got Frank there. I think Frank is chairman now of FML. He's the seasoned technical specialist on FML. So you could go for the ordinary conventional own your asset after the last installment. That's your installment sale option. And I think, again, some of the lessons out of COVID and business disruption is previously, especially entrepreneurs in the East Rand, they're very cash flush. They have a lot of collateral. They buy their assets cash. What has COVID taught us? You want optimal funding. You want better cash flow management. So you fund your assets over a longer period. You leverage your cash flow for opportunistic acquisitions. You claim your VAT. You claim your interest, and you structure deals that make sense in this particular cycle. So a little bit about fleet management and leasing. And I think this is something globally that has changed the game in terms of conventional finance versus leasing. And some of the benefits, which we'd share with you, and please have a chat if you want to go into detail: improve cash flow. You pay for usage, not ownership. Residual value is Westbank's risk. I don't know, Frank, Prashant, we checked this one out. It's our risk. Lowest cost of acquisition because of our relationship with the OEMs, and lots of other benefits. So I think one of the things when you see our theme is beyond banking and empowering the entrepreneurial ecosystem is that we understand that this is not just about your business. We want to fund you and your family and your private banking requirements. So a big thing in this climate is wealth and money management. So we understand that we need to be beyond just business lenders. And I'm coming towards the end. I think, how do we connect the dots and make every day easier? I've got two examples, and they're on our app. So for those of you who currently use the FNB app, so you'd recall when I think one of the challenges was license disc renewals. So way back, you went into the licensing office, stood in a long queue, very manual process. You waited very patiently, got your license disc, got home. Then we innovated a bit, and there was a partnership with the post office. And then you got into a post office, and it's a shorter queue, a little bit more automated process, and you got your license disc. And now, because we really believe time is the only currency that matters, you jump onto your FNB app, you click on Navigate Life, you click on Nav Car, you go to your car, you scan your license disc, it'll prompt you when it expires, you click, I want to renew, we debit you instantaneously. We're good at that. We collect your money fast. There's no delay. We literally debit you. You'll get an in contact message, and your license disc will be delivered to your home. Try it. I've used it many times. Works like a bomb. So the other innovation, because this is a full-time job for a lot of the techies in FNBs, how do we take away monotonous admin-related tasks so you can focus on the real business, managing infrastructure, looking at this complex value chain and making it work. So another example is if you click Navigate Life, you click Nav Home, you click Services. There's a marketplace where your pool technician, plumb technician is tracked on your GPS. So you'll get it to the nearest kilometer, a service provider. It's rated, there's testimonials. You click, you got somebody reliable, it's through the marketplace. And that's our way of bringing more business to the FNB client base. So if you really want to grow your business, just come and talk to us at that couch. It's not just about banking. It's about a big marketplace beyond banking. So thank you again for the opportunity. I think I'm going to close out, Harry, with another video. Thank you. It's been great. Thank you.
As an employer, you value your employees and how you partner with them to build a stronger business. Now, more than ever, you need a compelling offering to attract and retain the right people. So how can FNB help you become an employer of choice and create stronger partnerships with your employees? Introducing the FNB Umbrella Pension and Provident Funds. FNB has a fresh approach that extends beyond offering retirement planning for your employees. employees. We offer banking, savings, retirement, and insurance solutions that work together to help build a strong and attractive employment offering. As bankers, we have a deep level of understanding about your business and your employees. We can provide preferential rates on banking, loans, and insurance to your employees because they work for you. And we even help your staff with financial education. For employees who bank with us, we have the big picture of their finances, from their home loan to their savings accounts, so we are able to give them holistic advice when it comes to retirement planning. We also give employees access to the information they need, their fund balance, risk benefits, investment performance, and retirement calculations via our award-winning app. We reward them for saving and reward you for protecting your employees and their families with life, disability, and funeral cover. We give you preferential payroll pricing when paying FNB banked employees, and you get legal assistance and advice through Law on Call business plan. We make things easy. We provide one single point of contact through a relationship manager. FNB is the trusted partner you need for both your business and your employees.
Thank you so much, Zach. I'm quite sure people are looking forward to talking to you on that couch. My headmaster at school also had a couch, but that was a different experience. All right, so ladies and gents, our next presenter then will be Mr. Michael Henning. I'm just opening up here. There we go. Mr. Michael Hengen, he is the sales manager, Easy Clear, also a proud gold sponsor of the Transport Forum. Michael, thank you for your support. He's going to talk to us about the fourth industrial revolution, the supply chain reimagined. Been looking forward to this. Thank you, Michael.
Okay. Afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, friends, colleagues, and guests. A warm thank you to SAF, Juanita, thank you, and FNB, one of the early adapters or adopters of technology in the banking sector. And of course, to you, Harry, for hosting this final event for 2022. We certainly look forward to participating in many more events next year. I caught some of Dr. Roelof Botha's address, and he certainly provided some interesting insights and encouraging positive data for the country. And no doubt with the right policy and spend in infrastructure, particularly, I think we'll realize the growth that is needed in this country. Also, Barbara, I think you highlighted some of the issues on the Maputo corridor. I think they're echoed also in Beitbridge and in many of our other borders to a lesser degree. I think the volumes dictate the issues that we have there. But it's encouraging to see the data presented today for both analysis and discussion. And I'm hoping that my presentation today will have you thinking a little bit differently about data and its application in the supply chain. So technology can mean different things to different people, from robotics and the use of specialized prosthesis to artificial intelligence and predictive algorithms. It permeates everything that we do, from the computer and software we use to send letters. Oh, wait, that's emails now. To the smart devices that listen in on our conversations and subtly send you adverts and alerts for things that you were considering but really don't need. However, it has arguably made us more productive, enriching our lives by making them easier. I mean, I no longer have to remember all my friends' telephone numbers anymore. Also my wife's. And my daughter keeps telling me, well, Google is your friend, Dad. It's like, who's this friend? With Siri listening in and making her own suggestions for places to visit, find restaurants to eat at, or things. Industry 4.0 has been a huge and positive disruptor. It'll continue to be for the foreseeable future. This is evident in the massive increase in online shopping and growth in demand for courier services and last mile delivery, heightened by the pandemic we all experienced. Now, last mile delivery need not be only related to service delivery, as you think. It can also refer to technological last mile delivery, something that we at EasyClear are quite familiar with, having implemented an autonomous clearing solution in the courier environment that has increased productivity by 300% and allowed the reskilling of staff as a result, simply by integrating for the last mile delivery and customs clearance. What is evident, though, is that consumers are driving technology. And the reliability and visibility of information is what drives repeat business, not forgetting, of course, the product and service offering. We as industry have a unique opportunity to address many of the societal challenges and bridge the digital divide on the continent through collaboration. And I heard that word mentioned a number of times in various presentations, collaboration. And the collaboration of public and private partnership, creating digital inclusion in Africa with the cooperation of government to facilitate greater internet connectivity, creating a policy and regulatory environment that attracts investment and encourages higher levels of internet usage. It comes as no surprise that foreign investment is higher when there's greater visibility of industry and trade made possible by the sharing of data at all levels of industry and government. If we are to promote SMEs and cross-border trade, it's going to be through the adoption, I believe, of technology and with greater collaboration between trusted partners. 4IR and the supply chain reimagined requires a different take on traditional trade. Still driven, though, by supply and demand, but replacing traditional contracts of carriage with blockchain-driven solutions that protect the integrity of the contract and guarantee payment, coupled with e-certificates and paperless release notifications, online banking, and integrated solutions that traders now can reach far beyond the traditional brick and mortar shop-face clientele and trade cross-border securely with ease. The exchange of data itself, think about this. The exchange of data itself is a trade on a micro level that spans continents. The internet economy has the potential to reach and change the lives of 44 million people through job creation by simply increasing internet access to 75% of the population on this continent. The credit for those figures goes to the occasional paper authored by Dr. Alistair Tempest and Michelle Chivunga. Mobile connectivity has evolved, yet the internet access gap has widened for various reasons, amongst them digital literacy, the cost of infrastructural expansion on this vast, rugged landscape and continent we call Africa. And cloud computing is becoming critical for the access to state-of-the-art software services, with only a handful of global cloud data centers operating in, yet again, a handful of emerging markets. Yet if we're to change this, we need to change our mindset about the digital economy and actively embrace it. This will require improved training and appropriate upskilling of human resources in every aspect of the supply chain. It's encouraging, though, to see government's willingness and through the African Continental Free Trade Agreement, the AIM, to drive digital inclusion and promote stronger intra-regional trade through greater digital cooperation, evident in again, some of the words that I've heard and phrases I've heard here, through greater digital cooperation evident through the various single window and African Union AEO programs being implemented across South Africa, SACU, and SADC regions too. Sadly, I learned yesterday of the news and the intention by Maersk and IBM to shut down TradeLens. I don't know if anybody read that. An open and neutral industry platform underpinned by blockchain technology. This is a blow, I think, to the efforts to digitalize the shipping and freight industry. The platform was a leap forward in global supply chain digitalization, undermined by the lack of global industry collaboration. Hopefully, just a setback in the digital transformation journey, as other like-minded public and private partnerships take up this torch and carry it forward. The concept works, but like any business, it requires adoption by industry. This and the adoption of e-certificates, the digitalization of SADC certificates of origin, and the OGA single window integrations will all benefit the supply chain and require early adoption and support from us, trade. No, it's not my next holiday destination. This is an example of a diverse and healthy ecosystem. And much like a natural ecosystem, the supply chain is one made up of various stakeholders across various modalities, each playing their part in ensuring the overall sustainability of the whole. It's when things go wrong, like non-tariff trade barriers, political instability, corruption, and inefficiencies in the supply chain, that consumers feel the effects of the breakdown in the ecosystem, like some of those photographs and pictures we saw. Logistics companies, I think, need to be thoughtful when providing a seamless service and strike a balance between technology and service when offering a solution that can best be achieved when you have trusted partners and effective collaboration to provide visibility across the supply chain from the start to the finish. When this balance is achieved, you can then find the harmony that is evident in this slide. Louise, I think you'll like this slide. It's your hometown. It was while reading a recent News 24 article about investing on the JSE, where the mention of exposure to fintech and specifically capitalizing on the revolution in digital technology and international innovations caught my attention. Particularly a statement made about South Africa being the birthplace of cloud services. AWS, or Amazon Web Services, for those who are not familiar with the acronym, and Clickatel, something I didn't know, a revolutionary technology that enabled sending messages from the internet to cell phones, both started here in South Africa by South Africans, coincidentally from Cape Town. Hence the iconic and striking picture in this first slide. A little bit of history for you. Andy Jassy started as a technical assistant to Jeff Bezos and is now the CEO of AWS, ushering in an era of cloud computing in 2008. 2008. Thanks to a South African team assembled and led by a South African, Chris Pinkham. Now, you may have heard the name Chris Pinkham associated with Internet Africa, South Africa's first ever internet service provider in 1993. So technology has been around for quite some time. We are only really getting some momentum now. Peter de Villiers, another South African-born Silicon Valley entrepreneur with a passion for chat commerce and has offices worldwide, but notably in Cape Town. Coincidence? Now, my daughter says this sounds like a meme, Dad. Coincidence? I think not. We South Africans are tenacious, we're entrepreneurial, and we're critical problem thinkers. Others that come to mind are Elon Musk. Now, I won't talk about Twitter. And Mark Shuttleworth. The point is that technological innovations introduced by these individuals and their companies are fueling Industry 4.0. Innovation is born out of need and solutions required for everyday problems. Be they a need to find a way to speed up border crossings, which is why we have portals to collect data and analyze it so that we may identify the bottlenecks, or the need to securely transact, as we heard. It can be as simple as the desire to reach the moon. The answer is the same. The needs drive us, and now the technology assists us. I'd like to leave you with this thought. Technological solutions drive trade and can elevate people out of poverty, but it is people who drive these solutions. We all need to play our part in change through lobbying governments to change policy, having a voice on the various associations that we belong to, or at least actively participating, even coming down to talk to your service provider to implement and make accessible solutions that improve the lives of those around us. I challenge you to think about the way you do things. Dream about a way of doing it better. And with that, I'd like to take the opportunity again to say thank you to Harry for having me and wishing you all a safe and joyous festive season. Cheers.
Thank you so much, Michael. You know, a few years ago, we were talking about the buzzword integration, and that was, you were quite impressive, impressing people when you talk about integration, because then people will think you know what you're talking about, and it's important stuff you're talking about. But I think now we're way behind integration, and you're just demonstrating that for us. So thank you for putting the focus on fourth industrial revolution. And I'm quite sure next time you're going to tell us a lot about what you guys are doing. And, the fifth industrial revolution is where we personalize things. And I think that's the next step for us in the supply chain also to have a look at. But yeah, very, very, very promising and interesting. All right, let's have a look at our program. We're now going to have the questions and answers session, where we can kindly request our panelists to please take up seats there at the panel desk for panelists at the front. And we have Mr. Devlin Naidu, he's a staff executive, is going to moderate the questions and answers for us. Thank you very much, Devlin. So can we have our panelists at the front, please? Thank you. Before I forget, ladies and gents, you see this little red bag. All right, this is for a lucky draw for the LED projector. So we can send it around, put your business cards in it. So later today, we'll use this for that lucky draw. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Harry. Ladies and gentlemen, may I please request that we all rise. We want to do something special. And we invite our fellow panelists as well to join the team of panelists at the front. Thank you. So ladies and gentlemen, as you stand and as you rise, I've completed the dissertation to my MBA by listening to these brilliant speakers. And that is the volume of knowledge that is shared. So I've got 6 pages. Please do bear with me. And yes, you are indeed sparkling. Die boodskap is stedelijk, glashelder. En nie, dit is nie die champagne nie. Some of you will get that next week. Ladies and gentlemen, I want you to raise your right hand, and no, do not hit the person next to you. I want you to clench your fist, and I want you to place your right hand over your heart. What do you feel? My heart is certainly beating really fast right now, and I'm sure yours is too. But what happens if our heart stops? What happens to us? We die. Just as the heart pumps blood to the body, so too does the supply chain keep our country alive. Please remain standing. There's one woman in this room, and I say this not in a biased manner, not because she is the CEO of SARF, who is the primary sponsor alongside FNB for today's event. But colleagues, for the first time, the clothes that we wear, the furniture that we are seated on, and the coal that powers up the fire stations to keep the lights on flows through the supply chain. And for the first time in history, in 2022, The supply chain ran, and it ran because of one woman. If you disagree, please sit down. Ladies and gentlemen, a huge round of applause for Dr. Unita Maria. All right, ladies and gentlemen, you can rest your legs and take your seats.
There's Michael. Michael Henninger. Here he comes.
So colleagues, as the speakers spoke and delivered their message, I observed a lot. And I think during the break, I have to share this with you. There were many conversations happening that meant something along the lines of, hi, is this the Australian embassy? Yes, it is. Please cancel my visa application. So definitely not packing for Perth. France, they didn't say anything about packing for Cape Town. So I'm sure that definitely our country has so much more to offer as we enter the question and answer session. Before I do that, I would like us to draw attention, ladies and gentlemen, to the FNB logo. UNITA had not planned. The only thing UNITA planned was amber, because we can either go to the red or we can go to the green. The tree represents growth. That's each and every one of you seated here today. You are not here by chance. You are here by choice. So you are the tree. In the tree is the amber. That is the phase of growth, because there's always continuous process improvement and there's continuous improvements. And what's outside the orange? It's green. In 2021, we walked the journey. In 2022, we ran. When you run, what happens to your heart? For those of you that are afraid of heights or have a fear of flying, next year we will fly. And in 2024, we will touch the sky. Those are the words, again, of Dr. Unita Maria. Colleagues, I would like us to cast our minds, Harry, back to 2006. So Harry, does the year 2006, I think he's really immersed himself in this function. But if we cast ourselves back to the year 2006, Harry, does that year mean anything to you? Harry? Yes. Does the year 2006 mean anything to you? Does the year 2006 mean anything to you?
Oh, yes.
Colleagues, if you listened, 2006 was the year that the Transport Forum was born. 2022, 16 years later, how befitting it is that we have champagne to celebrate the Sweet 16. We are not here by chance, ladies and gentlemen. We again are here by choice, and we have a choice. Reading is knowledge, knowledge is power, power is choice, choice is freedom, and freedom is the ultimate goal of life. Let's free up our supply chain so that goods can flow in and out. We can create more jobs. And as Dr. Buate mentioned, in fact, I could not help think about a title for a New York Times bestseller, SA Inc. as a supply chain, just what the doctors ordered. They've given us the diagnosis, they've given us the prognosis, and they've not just been negative to highlight the challenges, but they've pinpointed the solutions. Let's celebrate the highlights of 2022 as we head into the Q&A session. For the first time in history, and it's very emotional for us to say this, but for the first time in history, SARS recognized private sector for the work they've done in terms of the PNR index that Unita spoke about. And now, when we switch on our television at home and it works perfectly, yes, we thank the NRCS, but who detained it correctly? It was SARS driven by the HES code. And again, it goes to the initiative launched in 2022. That is one of the reasons that we survived 2022. Let's look at another reason. For the first time in our country, government, for the first time in the history of the existence of Transnet, who were once known as Spoornet, for the veterans in the room, for the first time, they are now looking at data. But where did it come from? It started with the dials, and then it went to the transport monitoring system. And now, as Barbara mentioned in her presentation, if you do not have data, you're just a person with an opinion. And to quote my esteemed colleague, Mr. Jacob van Rensburg, facts do not care about feelings. Opinions do not matter. Data does not lie. Government cannot hide anymore. And we got one woman again to celebrate in terms of that. Then I would like to celebrate the next woman, seated to the left of Unita, Barbara Momon. For the first time since the existence of the MCLI, there has been regional coordination at a binational level between Mozambique and South Africa. Never in the existence of our, well, certainly my time, and I'm sure each of us seated here today as that happened. So again, we celebrate how we survived 2022. And then we look at Zach, and he presented on the solutions delivered by FNB in terms of empowering entrepreneurs. And we have the unemployment rate for youth sitting at 55%, but there's a solution now, innovative solution, transporters, as opposed to reduce red tape, was what Dr. Botha said. You now will be able to renew your license application and be charged for it at the same time, renew your license application, and then keep trucks on the road. And to quote again, Dr. Botha, roads are essential to the survival. And it's not just physical roads, but it's the pathway, and that's the road we traverse. And then Mr. Michael Henning spoke about the fourth industrial revolution. We hear many buzzwords: Internet of Things, artificial intelligence, big data. So I have a question, and I'm going to start with Michael, and then I'll end with Unita. So colleagues, which is the largest township in the country? Anybody? Soweto, Southern Western Township. So Michael, you've painted the picture for us. My question to you is, so where to from here?
Thank you, Devlin. Way to put me on the spot.
Some of you guys are still getting that, but we'll blame it on the champagne.
I'm at a loss for words, which is actually unusual for me. Where to from here? I think, Devlin, the world is our oyster. I think that there is no end to what we can achieve and where we can go with effective collaboration and talking to one another in events like these, where we can actually get down to the nuts and bolts of the issue. And of course, with technology, there is no end in sight. As I said earlier, in 2008, that was when Amazon Web Services started. That's years ago. We're only catching up now, and I don't know quite where we are going to be. So where to for now? The moon and back.
Excellent. Thank you very much, Michael. I think well responded. The world indeed is our oyster. So I've got to share this with you. It says that money buys corruption, as an example, but data buys compliance. So it's not a case of show me the money. It's a case of show me the data. And on that note, I would like to ask Zach for your insights on the entrepreneurship programs that FNB is obviously currently involved with in terms of the supply chain. Dr. Botha mentioned, and I'd like to quote President Cyril Ramaphosa at the State of the Nation address earlier this year. He said, "Government does not create jobs. Businesses create jobs. Government create the conditions for businesses to create those jobs." And on that note, he said, we need to reduce interest rates. And I think we all feel the pinch, all the mortgage bondholders, that our installments are going up at the end of this month. But what is the role that FNB is playing to drive the narrative forward in terms of supporting business in the Republic? Thank you, Zach.
Thanks for that easy one, Devlin. So unfortunately, I can't get rates to reduce just yet.
I was going to ask, so how can you help us?
So, but I think FNB, what's important for us is we understand the role that specifically the SME and the entrepreneurs play. And it's been a tough climate. But so way of example, I think if you guys follow us, our enterprise development and Vumela partnerships recently launched a 200 million SME fund to finance SMEs that do not fit the conventional criteria. So FNB is also one of the limited banks participating in the, what do we call it now? Where's my colleagues? The extended loan to SMEs. So this is where we assist SMEs that have been through a tough patch with COVID and the flood and a lot of these business disruptions, but do not meet our standard credit criteria. I'm trying to get the name now. Any takers? Bounce back, the bounce back loans. So I think FNB, not just FNB, all the banks have to play their part in the importantly, SME sector. I think our enterprise sector, the large corps and the mid corps do well. They've been resilient. You've seen the provisioning come back. The corporates are producing profits. It's how do we open those rails exactly to your supply chain? How do we get those SMEs to supply to the larger corporates, get them paid, and get the liquidity flowing through the system? And I think we acknowledge that challenge and are helping with all these various funds and SME programs.
Zach, I think you were destined to be in the supply chain as well. Brilliantly said. And I think if I can just add on before we come to Barbara, you mentioned empowering businesses. And colleagues, this is of crucial importance. And I speak to each and every one of you seated here today, is that irrespective of whether we manufacture locally or irrespective of whether we import components for the manufacturing process, all of that depends on a seamless supply chain. The fact that Toyota could get back up and running after the KZN floods is as a result of supply chain resilience. And also, I would like to just share an example or a very pragmatic, as UNITA often reminds us, narrow focus with key deliverables. On the 8th of October, 2022, Saturday morning, I'm not sure where Portia Derby was at the time, but I can tell you that there was a group of people under the leadership of our collective leaders that sat and looked at solutions to end the industrial action. What happened 3 days later? Minister Pravin Gordhan called out UNITA at a meeting and said, UNITA, I read your articles in the media, and we know the work that is being done. So government knows that there's a force out there that is challenging every bureaucratic red tape and, for lack of a better word, nonsense regulation that exists. On that note, thank you, Zach. And now, ladies and gentlemen, Franz, I've got one for you. I'm not a wine consignor. I'm not a wine expert, let's put it that way, or a champagne expert either. But I'm sure nobody wants fermented citrus if it's not for further processing. And what narrow-minded individuals fail to realize is that we're not taking business away from the ports of South Africa. We're allowing exports to move from South Africa through an alternative. And that will ensure that we get a positive balance of payments so that the higher our exports is, we're closing the deficit, we're creating more employment. When employment rises, inflation drops. If unemployment is high, there's a direct correlation with inflation. The higher the unemployment, the higher the inflation. And then we have a situation of hyperinflation. So invariably, as you can see again, our economy is dependent on the supply chain. Our economy is the supply chain. On that note, Barbara, as you said, when you were the CEO of MCLI, you were a person with an opinion. How has the transport monitoring system changed that for you? And what value has it added to the N4 project? Thank you.
I think the key factor is that, and which is why I titled my presentation Beyond Assumption, is because we actually now know what we know. We're not assuming that we know something or making assumptions because we've got bits of data. And I think that's critical. We certainly have had very good cooperation in the interim from some of the bigger trucking companies who've been able also to provide a sample for us. But what makes the TMS absolutely essential, in my view, for corridor management, and this is not just in South Africa, it's all over, is that it holds all stakeholders accountable. And experience on the northern and central corridor is that that data is fed through to the politicians who and the permanent secretaries who are making up policy and legislation around supply chain. And I think that is absolutely critical, because quite a lot of the time when policy and legislation is made, it tends to be an ivory tower exercise, and governments are not good at consultation. They tick the box that they've spoken to private sector, but they haven't really allowed private sector to say, well, in the practical side of the operation, these are the issues that policy implication has. So I think that's the accountability is the thing.
Brilliant, Barbara. I think as you responded, and I'm trying to recall your presentation, someone once said that I have a very good memory. I forget who, but my jokes are dry, but of course the champagne is there. So like Savannah, you can still drink it. But I want to say, Barbara, you mentioned something about 200,000 data points. Now I want to just say this. SA Inc. as a supply chain is the reality for the economy. And it is shaping government, it is shaping the narrative. It even shaped President Ramaphosa's speech. Marcella, if you heard, he spoke about third-party rail access. And then the intellect that sits at this table said, third-party rail access can only work if it's a white paper or policy paper is accurately mapped to the realities, so that it's not just a talk shop, but it's a reality. And today, it's not just a talk shop. When you enter this room, you entered as a person. When you leave this room, you are leaving with a positive difference as a co-creator. And I think 200,000 data points, we encourage all companies here. As clearing and forwarding agents, or as SAF, we're the architects of the supply chain. So it's not just about clearing cargo. No, it's about prescribing best practice to the importers and exporters. As Unita shared in a presentation, she spoke about risk at origin. It's always easy to create compliance than it is to correct compliance. Why wait for the cargo to arrive and then look around for the LOA when it can be put in place at the very beginning? That's compliance. And then Unita says, keep the logistics network intact, a safe, reliable, secure, and predictable supply chain is invariably dependent on keeping the logistics network intact, because what supports the flow of goods in and out of the Republic? 90% of trade is maritime, or the other modalities, the air modality, or the alternatives for door-to-door delivery, intermodal delivery is of course road freight, and road freight is overburdened. That is why we need rail freight. All of us seated in this room here today, what do? We share a room, we share the space, we share the responsibility. So on that note, I would like to ask Dr. Unita Maria, complex question. How do we, as individuals in this room, take what we've received today and implement it into our day-to-day to co-create excellence in the supply chain?
Evelyn, first you broke protocol, so we will have a disciplinary hearing on Monday. I will see who will help me to draw it up, because I think the colleagues will agree your intellect touched the sky. So did I go back? How do we do tomorrow? I think when I started a year ago in SAF, I was coming from a corporate environment, and when you work in an association, it all of a sudden is a different reality, because you work with the big corporates, you work with the medium, and you work with the small. And their needs are quite different. And it's more than a challenge to find the balance from the multinationals to the medium to the SMEs. And when I look at our supply chain, it's similar. You have the big multinationals, you've got the medium and the SME. And when we speak to government, and that's what I realized over the last 12 months, when we speak to government, government doesn't have the ability to collect and consolidate all the messages. And then when we speak of different voices, they're like, no, private sector doesn't know what they want, and let me exit the room. And I think that's our biggest enemy that we create as private sector. We diverse, and we must be. We must compete against each other, but we haven't learned how to package the message in a similar way. And that's why sometimes, and I think Barbara and the colleagues here will agree with me, it's difficult in those scenarios, because before the time we co-create, we have a caucus, we think we're going to say that, and the moment government steps in, maybe it's just the presence of government, then all of a sudden private sector have different views. And then you walk out of the room and then you think to yourself, what did I achieve? And that's, I think, the most daunting situation that we're in. And I think Barbara and Zach and Mike can testify specifically on the N4 corridor as well, before the time you align, we all align as private sector. And when the moment comes, we diverse and we have different voices. So what can we do tomorrow? I think we need to take the responsibility serious and make sure what is the trigger points in supply chain and what do we want to move. And then we form a collective position. And that's why I said in my toast, I think Marcella is correct. We want third-party access. We don't know how it's going to look like yet. The policies that was coming out is not correct or palatable for private sector to enter. But it's not for Marcella to stand up alone in the newspapers and that we blame and shame. We as private sector need to say, Marcella, we take your hands, we make sure it's happening, what can we do? So I think that would be my biggest call, that we mature, we listen and we try to understand, because as a Inc., we're not going to go to Perth. It's our country. We have to make it work. Thank you.
I've got one last question, Anita.
No, this is disciplinary hearing.
Yeah, it's a light-hearted question. Why aren't you the president of our country? But on that note, ladies and gentlemen, on that note, a huge round of applause.
I can answer you. I'm like Marcella. Marcella said she went to the Bantu education. I can say to Marcella, I went to Northern Cape where there wasn't an English teacher. And yeah, I think we have different callings in our lives, and wherever we are, we can make a difference. And for me, it's not to be there. It's that where I am, I need to make a difference and play my role. Thank you.
And you certainly are, Anita, a massive difference to the industry. In conclusion, ladies and gentlemen, as we wrap up the moderation session in terms of the Q&A, we would just like to leave you with the following message. Unita said, and I know you said disciplinary hearing, I was thinking a bonus, but so be it. But on a serious note, you said government sees it differently. And I think, again, the transport monitoring system is one of the biggest successes of 2022, because now the data is there. So I encourage you, as much as we're the architect of the supply chain and we guide importers and exporters and we design the process, just as architects design homes, so too do we design the reality for the importer or or manufacturer for that matter. What we need to do when we leave here as well, as you need to mention, is work as a collective and get the data to show. So how can you do that? Is obviously sign up to the transport monitoring system tool or transport monitoring system tool, so that you now can contribute to SA Inc. exporter, every exporter. It's the automotive sector. It is the food and beverage sector. It is the clothing, textile, retail sector. It is the manufacturing sector. It goes beyond. It's the aerospace sector. So if it is to be, it is up to us. Actions do speak louder than words. So let's go out there, be inspired by our leaders as aspirants and you as veterans, and let us together walk the journey of co-creation. Once more, if it is to be, it is up to us. Thank you.
Yeah, let's give Devlin and our panel a big hand. Thank you very much. What an excellent panel we have. Ladies and gents, let me just get our program going here. Here we go. All right, ladies and gents, we're now going to have another toast by Mr. Frans Haupt. And then also Mr. Basil Govender, who's the Chief Executive Officer of the South African Bus Operators Association. He's going to do the toast on public transport in South Africa. Because if we can't travel, we can't go to job. Right, so that's across the board, logistics, public transport, everything. So, Frans, thank you very much. We're looking forward to this one.
Okay, this is the final round. Just to be a bit more relevant, I know many of you do not relate to these things about wine and sparkling wine and so on. Let me be relevant. Our total export volumes in 2021 of wine was up by 22%. 380 million liters of wine left the country. Of that, 23.4 million was sparkling wine. So you guys are helping the wine to leave the country. It might have certain advantage, but as long as there's still some here, use it before you all export it. Okay, so the last one here is the J.C. Leroux Le Domaine, which for many years, I'm not sure if it still is, was the biggest seller of any sparkling wine or bubbly in the country. It is not a champagne or made in the Cap Classique way. It has a completely different way of doing it in open, huge tanks where they do fermentation and create the bubbles and then bottle it. So there's no secondary fermentation in the bottle itself, like with the previous ones. It's a bit like, I would think, like a soda stream works, where you put in externally a lot of bubbles, right? Okay, this one, quickly, and this is not good for people on diet. Okay, so the alcohol limit here, seeing that's the final one, is much lower than the previous two. 7.5% compared to 11.4 and 12.5 respectively. Okay, so alcohol much lower. Then, unfortunately, the sugar compared to 8.7 and 9.1 gram per liter that we had is now 75 gram per liter. So you can expect this is not a brut, this is a demi-sec, which is the sweetest type of sparkling wine you get. 80% Sauvignon Blanc, 20% Muscadel. Muscadel traditionally for sweet, sweet wines. Okay, I think you're going to enjoy this one. And then while you're opening the bottles and passing it around, helping yourself, a final few quotes regarding sparkling wine. John Keane said, "My only regret in life is that I didn't drink enough champagne." F. Scott Fitzgerald, "Too much of anything is bad, but too much champagne is just right." And then when they asked Noel Coward, why do you drink champagne for breakfast? And then he said, "Doesn't everyone?" And then Coco Chanel said, "I only drink champagne on 2 occasions, when I'm in love and when I'm not in love." And then the final one, and this maybe you can take with you, because I've heard today about a lot of victories and a lot of frustration and defeats amongst this sector. Napoleon Bonaparte said, "In victory, you deserve champagne. In defeat, you need it." Okay, happy drinking. And I think Mr. Governor will come and do the toast.
You have a podium. Hello, colleagues. Yeah, somebody's got to take the graveyard shift. Eh? So a few disclaimers right up front, and I think the first one's for Paul. Between Bollinger, Napoleon, and all those very high-class drinkers, they obviously haven't been in transport. In transport, diesel runs in your blood or in your vein, and the drink of choice is Spook and Diesel. So that's what I'm used to, but for today, I'll make an exception to fit in with the decorum. I think it's getting a little bit too snooty by the looks of things. But just a little bit of light humor before I talk to you about the serious stuff, which will sober you up before you get to lunch. Why didn't Dr. Marie become president? I'm picking up on that cue. So work with me here. The best thoughts happen and the best plans are hatched over a good tipple. Don't you agree? We always have fantastic ideas with a glass in hand. So work with me, the Transport and Logistics Party. Are we going to start one? Dr. Marie, Minister of Transport. Dr. Botha, Minister of Finance. Zach, you ready for Reserve Bank? Every good party needs a good consultant. So Barbara, step up. In charge of SA Inc., Michael, ready for the challenge? Every good party needs a good data bank. Harry's got one that spans 16 years, so he's the default choice. And boy, does a good party need a spin doctor. Didn't Devlin do a marvelous job? Huh? Folks? Okay. So that was the KZN way of toasting all the speakers that came back before me, all right. But colleagues, yeah, from an industry perspective, I'm going to have to take off my glasses. After enduring nearly 3 decades of uncertainty, the bus and coach industry and our public transport network is certainly at a crossroad. I told you I'm going to sober you up with some serious stuff. The COVID-19 pandemic and the lockdowns caused mayhem to the travel patterns, the demands, and mobility across the industry. And it has affected our sustainability. But despite 34 companies exiting the industry permanently and us losing in excess of 7,000 jobs, the industry has pulled through. Add to this a year that has been dominated by litigation and a minister that has gone AWOL. By the way, if you can't get out of the minister, blame me, because I have harassed him to no end, and he's now gone into hiding somewhere in Lutulias, I'm told. But I think despite all of that, it's an absolute well done to the bus and coach industry. And one thing we must really take note of, the industry has also been under siege in the last year and a half. Increased levels of crime, violence, extortion, intimidation, disruption do not only affect the industry, it affects South Africa's options for mobility. And it affects all of us in here, because we depend to get our people to work and back and for leisure and for all other options for transport. So by all accounts, one of the positives, if I may say, and if you do not know by now, there's a new DG for transport that's been appointed. The good news is that it's a permanent appointment. We're not sure if it's a 5 or 10 year tenure, but Advocate James Malau has taken up the reins, and we are working feverishly to try to get him to come to the table and watch the space. We should probably in the new year announce a breakfast to introduce him to the industry, and we'll make that a collaborative process as well. Okay, so now let me get to the toast of the industry. And you know, before that, I just need to have a slight reflection. By all accounts, having the best policies and the best intent in the world will not solve our problems. As government, and we can reflect as industry, there are terrific policies, there's great intent, but we need action, and we need people of action. And we need a superhero that really fears fuck all and fixes everything. Okay. And hopefully we get a superhero in the future that will do that. One of the biggest issues we find is that the mixed and the misaligned messaging from government, all tiers, is not helping our cause. But through all of these challenges, the industry has survived. So I'd just like to acknowledge some of the key milestones for the bus and coach sector and within the public transport environment at large. We do know that the global public transport industry is rapidly changing, leaving traditionally minded processes in the rearview mirror. But to achieve this evolution, it is crucial that we keep pace with the changes and the innovations, as those will shape the future in a very technologically driven transition. So in this regard, I salute a SABOA member, Golden Arrow Bus Services, that has taken an early adopter position with regards to the transition to alternative energy buses. And they've also made great strides in the electric bus space. Long may that continue, and it's been done at their own cost. How about a round of applause for them, please? I want to personally thank our member support and our new alliances that were forged through the year. We were able to transition back as an association and an industry from the virtual space, and we brought the industry back together again at a highly successful SABOA 2022 conference and exhibition and gala dinner that was well supported and well attended. But colleagues, we know the words that came through today, an industry cannot sustain itself without key collaborations and associations and alliances. To this end, from SABOA, we wish to place on record and we recognize the importance of the Transport Forum, Harry, and the value that you bring to the transport and logistics environment. We're also reliant on our media partners that keep our issues on the top of mind and also assist with pushing the narratives that are key for transition and that need to get to the public domain in the right frame. And here we thank Focus Magazine that's collaborated with SABOA and given us excellent coverage through the year and for the industry. An exciting venture, and I want you all to watch out for this. We've recently collaborated with the Commercial Transport Academy, headed up by Nikki Scott, and CTU, which is an insurance player in the public transport space. And we've launched a pilot program that will see 28 women trained as driver entrepreneurs. They will, thank you. So yes, you know, a lot is done in that space about female development, but this is uniquely positioned in that these 28 individuals, females, will come out at the other end, having been trained to operate physically in a road freight environment, heavy duty truck, also be able to operate a bus in a different configuration and be an entrepreneur. So I think that's one we are looking for to be sustainable, and we are going to turn that into an annual project going forward, and we'll communicate accordingly. So at this point of reflection, and as it's come through, it's perhaps poignant that we toast an industry that is resilient, agile, continues to sustain itself amidst all of the challenges that are prevailing. And to borrow your words from the program, as we celebrate survival through collaboration today, and we note all of the challenges and successes, let me record thanks to SAF, FNB, and Harry for today's event. And also a real shout out to the captains of the industry in the bus and coach sector for their agility and leadership. And here's looking to the industry, looking ahead and keeping the people of South Africa mobile through public transport. And my last comment, if you are making a New Year resolution, make one of them to ride the bus. Cheers.
Wonderful. Thank you, Basil, for that positive note. Ladies and gents, that actually brought us to the end of our formal program. And I want to thank all of you and our sponsors for making this possible. It was such a privilege, and it is such a privilege working with you guys and you guys making the forum possible. Because if it wasn't of you, then the forum wouldn't have existed. As simple as that. So thank you very much for your support. Thank you for all our alliances and SAF also hosting us today. We really appreciate that. And we're looking forward to 2023. Then we're going to reach higher heights and more interoperability and collaboration in the supply chain. So now, ladies and gents, let's do this lucky draws. Lots of fun now. So I want, please, all the people that's done lucky draws, all the vendors, can I say it like that, all the lucky draw givers, if they could come to the front, and we're going to do the draws one by one. So if they can come to the front, please, and can stand here in front of this table so that John can focus the camera on you. Then we're going to do the draw, and then you also hand over your prize to the winner. You will announce your winner, and we take it from there. Once we've done there, then there's, I believe, some refreshments, and you can do the last networking and goodbye. So great stuff. So where's the lucky draw people? Jody, you're on your way. There's Jody.
Sorry, Harry,
Who's talking?
how are you?
Yes, Garnet.
I'm quite short, so I'm very short of words. So one thing I want to do is give a recognition to a major key role player in the transport industry. Olga, could you please come forward? Would want to recognize Harry for the efforts he's brought to the table and uplifting a lot of people, business-wise and informative. So Harry, would want to present this to you. If you could open it so that people could see what it is. This is a token of appreciation. This is a duplicate copy. I think.
Just a 13-year-old girl from Mabopane is taking herself to school through art like this. So she is she's the one who drew this. You just give your picture or you invite her to come. She's only 13, grade 8.
Sure, this is very humbling. Thank you very much. I really appreciate this. We promise to have this young lady at the future event to exhibit her paintings and so on. So that will be great as well. All right, so we're going to do the draws. Let me just put this mic off. Right, let's have the first draw. If you can move in here, Jan, will you be able to focus here with the camera? Who's going to first draw? Come and stand here, please. All right, this draw is on behalf of whom?
On behalf of Lombard Insurance, Lombard Guarantees, yes. Okay, our winner is Nontlan Ngoma Road Agents, Johannesburg Road Agency.
Come to the front. Let me take a quick picture. Thank you, Lombard. Next draw. South African Association of Freight Forwarders. Oh, I see there are 3 prizes. Great. So the first prize I see is a very nice power bank sponsored by SARF. So you can do the draw. Look up.
So we got one from Mr. George Silibele, if I'm right.
There he is. You can come so long. Let's put it there. Do the next draw. This draw is for a very nice wireless earphones. Thank you, Sav.
And this one is from Ashley from BIL, Ashley from BIL.
I put that one there. This one is there. Right, and this one is Bluetooth headphones.
Oh, the big one. Oh. Okay. This one is from Precious CRB.
Precious, please come here. Is it clear? Jody Haig. Okay. That's a gift voucher from Take a Lot. Great stuff. So let's see. Come on, Jody.
We've got Jean Hamilton from Forwarding Network.
Jean Hamilton. All right, so this one is from C-Track and it's two draws. And it's very nice padded bags for your laptop and so on. Very, very great. Okay, the first one goes to
Let's see. Oh, let's see. Devish from Kabelano. Devish Motailon.
Wat is de volgende in?
And this one goes to Frank Quinn from Westbank.
Is Frank here? Frank Quinn is here. Winner must be present. No, he's not here. Another one.
Let's have a look. Mike Johnston, Transport Concepts.
There we go, Mike. Thank you, C-Track, our platinum sponsor with the Transport Forum. So now we've got Master Drive, and what is this prize?
So it's a defensive driving course. I've got 4. So yeah.
Defensive driving course, and they've got 4 they're going to do. All right.
Mr. George Sabulula.
There's George. Okay. There. Next one. Sit. All 4, and then we hand it over. Otherwise, it's going to take too long.
It's not by default.
Good job of you now, George.
Ashley Kaspert. Olga Mashilo. Pabelo Mashila.
Right, thank you, Master Drive. So who is this? JC Auditors, and what's the price?
Is that 3 power banks?
3 power banks. So we're getting three prizes.
Yo, how do I even pronounce the name?
Ronay Kuchlenberg. There she is. Okay, put that one there.
Kyle Francis.
Kyle Francis. Kyle, yeah. All right.
Olga Mashila.
Olga Mashilov again. That's 3 now. Right. So you can hand out the prizes. All right, that's great. So ladies and gents, now the prize for a LED projector. And this is sponsored by the Transport Forum sponsors. Junita, will you come and do the draw for us, please? Kom maar staan net hier dat Jan in die camera is.
Noni Lubeko.
Oh, that's right. Ladies and gents, there are obviously many people I need to recognize, but I want to put the focus on 3 people here, and she does walk to the front, Kobe Hyman and Raylene. There's Raylene. And in France, done the tasting for. Can you guys please come to the front, because we've still got 3 bottles left and would like to hand it over to you. So Kirby and Raylene were very much involved in assisting us to put this event together. And I would really like to recognize them. Raylene, thank you. We could have phoned her any time of the day, any time of the night, and she would just say, okay, I'll make a plan. I will sort it out for you. So thank you so much. And Kirby for all his arrangements, also with the Champagne, and Frans for all flying all the way from Cape Town to come and make us better understand and appreciate sparkling wine. And then to you guys, thank you very much and have a blessed festive season. And yeah, thank you for your support in the year. And I believe there must be refreshments outside. So a little bit networking again and see you next year. Take care. Thank you.